Hey guys. You are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku faced every fight on the edge of breaking. Here is short summary. Izuku's fun adventure of trying not to shatter all their bones. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. What the beep is the first thing I think when I wake up in a room full of all might merchandise, a room with a completely different layout than my own. Did I get kidnapped? I slowly get out of my bed, and as I do, I see my legs look different. My panic builds even more as I run towards the nearest mirror to see Midoriya Izuku. My brain screeches to a halt as I raise my arm, the mirror raising it as well. I move my leg and the mirror image follows. Well, shit. I usurped Izuku's body. This is not good. What do I do now? Can you please give me my body back? My head whips around and I see a ghostly version of Midoriya hovering behind me, his expression looking resigned. How? I mean, I'd love to, but I have no idea how I do that. I don't even know how I got here. Oh, Izuku looks even worse than before as I grimace. I don't exactly like the idea of hijacking Izuku's body, but I have no idea how to give it back to him. Well, we can certainly find a way. I don't want to take over your body. Izuku looks a bit put to ease, though still obviously saddened. So what do you know about everything? Is this like those fanfictions when All Might goes into those pre-quirk comics? He asks sheepishly as I blink in surprise. Yes. I didn't know you read fanfiction. More like write it. Oh, I see. Well, do you mind if I write in one of your notebooks? Like everything I know? Yeah, of course, it takes a long while to write all of the things I know in those notebooks. Thankfully, I woke up really early, so I have time to write everything down before Inko makes breakfast. I would test one for all, but I don't want to accidentally destroy something since this is Izuku's room. After some time writing, I hear the footsteps of Izuku's mom as the door creaks open. Izuku, it's time to good morning, sweetie, breakfast is done. Says with a bright smile that I genuinely return. I'm glad Izuku has such a loving mom. Oh, thank you, I'll be down there shortly. I say cheerfully as I go and get dressed out of Izuku's All Might's pajamas into a simple t-shirt and jeans before going downstairs. I made an American-style breakfast, Izuku's mom says, smiling warmly. Thank you, Mom, I responded. Breakfast ends pretty quickly and I tell Izuku's mom that I'm going to go for a run. Leaving Izuku's house, I put in the directions to Dagoba Beach and take a short run there. The beautiful beach slowly comes upon the horizon as I smile softly. Izuku really did a good job here, didn't he? I think as I find a secluded part of the beach and sit down. What are we doing here? Izuku asks with a tilt of his head. I'm going to try and access one for all, I say, quietly enough for him to hear me but not loud enough for anyone else to eavesdrop. What? But I broke my arm last time, he says with a frantic wave of his ghostly arms. Don't worry, I'm not going to move while using it. I'm just going to try and test a theory of mine. Okay. Just please be careful, he asks warily. Don't worry, I wouldn't want to hurt someone as nice as you, I say with a smile as Izuku blushes slightly. With that, I close my eyes and try to mentally reach towards anything. Eventually I feel something. I mentally feel a seemingly endless power source. I picture it in the core of my body as I spread the energy throughout my veins, picturing valves and pipes as I release a small percentage, going up to 5% until it starts straining. However, when I let the power settle I black out. I slowly open my eyes and I see an endless expanse of multicolored lights, blue material lining the floor under me. I see black mist part as a frail-looking person walks towards me. Someone that I immediately recognized as Yoichi Shigaraki. How did I not think of the vestiges realizing I took Izuku's body? I chastise myself as he stops walking around 5 meters away before he speaks in his soft voice. Who are you? Well, this isn't what I'm expecting. I was expecting him to be more angry. Alice, I say. Honestly, I expected you to be more angry at me for accidentally usurping Ninth's body. We weren't pleased, however. We heard your story and as unbelievable as it is, what happened doesn't feel like a quirk. One for All thought of it as a new holder, not a possession. However, make no mistake, 10th, if you even think about hurting 9th's body we will make your life a living hell. He says, an undertone of warning lacing his words as I nod frantically. I wouldn't ever want to hurt him, really, I responded. Yoichi stares at me, seemingly looking into my very soul as he nods slightly, before the mist slowly covers my vision and I wake up abruptly with a gasp. I realized I passed out in the middle of Dagoba Beach and I quickly turned off One for All. As it seemingly didn't turn off when I passed out, I then decide to go home and get ready for the impending shitstorm that will be this year. Time starts to blur after that day as I start to get into the habit of writing down plans, practicing One for All, exercising my body, and talking to Izuku about our lives. One thing that seemed to interest me is the fact that One for All seemed to manifest as a toxic green smoke instead of lightning. Perhaps it's because of me being in Izuku's body instead of himself? Izuku seemed amazed that I was seemingly from the past and with how little changed in terms of technology unrelated to quirks. With all of this eating into my time, it seemed like no time passed at all until I was saying goodbye to Izuku's mother as I got onto the train. Once I got dropped off, I slowly breathe in and out as I walk inside UA, a sense of oddness prevailing as I slowly walk to 1A's door. After a moment to steel myself, I take a deep breath and step inside. Everyone seems to be present. I'm not talking to anyone as I go to my desk and sit. Why don't you talk to anyone? These are our future classmates. Izuku asks as I whisper back a bit rushed. Because of Mr. Expels a lot is here and I don't want to beat that up. Izuku looks a bit surprised but quiets a bit with a resigned expression. Perhaps that description reminds him of his old teachers. Besides that, it seems the man of the hour finally arrived as small talk seemingly peters off, as Eraserhead starts talking. Alright, children, welcome to Class 1A. This year will be difficult for you all, so stop messing around, put your big person clothing on, and start being actual hero students. However, as Eraserhead finishes his sentence, oddly enough Kirishima interrupts by raising his hand and asking. Hey, can I ask a question? Eraserhead responding. Yes, red hair, what's your question? Does Eraserhead not even know our names here? I mean, I knew he was lazy, but this seems excessive. I think to myself as I look at the teacher oddly, though Kirishima interrupts my thoughts by saying. Right. So, Kirishima points at Pony. You're Pony Tsunodori, right? Odd question. I think as Pony looks surprised and slightly confused as she says, yes. With a surprised tone, to which Kirishima asks another odd question, asking while pointing. And you're Hitoshi Shinso, right? To which Shinso replies. Yes. I'm confused on where Kirishima is going with this as he speaks again. And you're suddenly and inexplicably a woman? I suppose? Were you told of your teacher beforehand? Since I know I didn't send your admission letter? I slowly realize what he's saying as it seems like he's pointing out inconsistencies with 1A as he states. Right. Everyone raise your hands if you also got isekai'd into My Hero Academia in the past 3 odd weeks. I look at Izuku's vestige to gauge a reaction as he seems a bit horrified at this, not that I can blame him. I answer Kirishima's question as Bakugo starts speaking when I do. Katsuki Bakugo. What type of beeping question is that, shitty hair? Izuku Midoriya. Yeah, I did. Usurped poor Izu's body. I look at him, realizing this might have been a poor choice of words as he seems a lot more angry than before. Wait, he actually gives a shit? I think as he starts yelling at me. Who the beep are you, and what have you done with that shitty Deku? While some seem confused, I just stay silent and ignore Bakugo, much to the nervousness of Vestige, Izuku, and count the ones who seem confused. Pony Tsunodori. What? Ochako Uraraka. Yeah, I'm not the real Uraraka. I can still talk to her, though. Fumikage Tokiyami. I'm also an isekai and I can see Tokiyami as a ghost. Tsuyu Asui. Pardon? Are some of you Bihiki Chunny, Bias? Aizawa. Oh, thank goodness I ain't the only one. Ashido. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Shoji. I'm one, yes. Eijiro Kirishima. Right, everyone okay. Let's do this in an actually organized fashion. Mr. M's. Aizawa, I'm sorry. However, I'm supposed to refer to you. Can I use the chalkboard? It seems Kirishima is the one leading, which I'm honestly thankful for since leading seems like a pain I'd rather avoid, which Izuku seems to think so as well. Sure, and it's Ms. Aizawa now, replies to Kirishima as he starts talking again. Eijiro Kirishima. Right, headcount, if you have weird future knowledge about My Hero Academia and or got possessed by a ghost recently, raise your hand. While I raise my hand, I look around briefly and it seems that just under half of the class are not isekai people. Unless they are lying for some reason? Which means that this is going to be a lot easier than just me being an isekai. Though I had never heard about a group displacement like this before, oh well, it ended up better, I suppose. Coming back from my musing, it seems like Kirishima is about to talk again. Alright. Cool, if you're not an SI, sit tight for a moment. If you come find me at lunch tomorrow, I'll explain the whole thing so you're not super lost. Anyways, canon knowledge. Kirishima gets interrupted by the late Kaminari as he bursts into the room. Sorry for being late, I got low, what the foo? Kirishima, without missing a beat, interrupts by saying while pointing a chalk at the poor boy. Are you an SI? It takes a second before Kaminari sighs and looks around before saying. No point in hiding it. I am. I have Denki in my head and I'm going to assume you all are cis too. This is just great. Kirishima seems to take center stage again as he begins speaking. About half and half, actually. Anyways, grab a seat, we're playing a game of who knows what, so we're all on the same page when it comes to things. Kaminari replies. Okay, I got up to chapter 407 of the manga. I'm gonna go sit down now. Momo seems to slowly raise her hand as Kirishima gives the go-ahead for her to speak. Hello, I'm awfully sorry to interrupt, but what on earth are you all talking about when it comes to chapters? And, did you say sis? Also, you know my name? I sigh quietly as I realize someone like her probably would be a bit sheltered from tropes like this as I go to explain. You see, this world is fiction, and we used to read it. Then, through some cosmic bullshit, we got punted here by God or something. Good going, dumbass. Just confuse her more. I mentally facepalm at my lack of filter. Momo looks even more confused. I believe I now have more questions than answers. Kirishima, the lifesaver that he is, manages to shelf this until later as he replies. Riding home from a day like that, well, it was certainly an experience to say the least. Me and Izuku were being quiet the whole ride, both for not being able to speak with each other without looking insane and still processing the fact that most of the main cast has been replaced, beeping up a huge portion of my plans. Though I do have to admit that having them there can also help us not die. After an agonizingly long train ride, I finally managed to get to Izuku's house. Saying, hi, to his mom, I go up to his room and fall on Izuku's bed, letting out an exasperated groan. After a moment of silence, Izuku finally pipes up. So, what now? It seems that my body wasn't the only one hijacked. I sigh as I sit up, looking at the ghostly form of Izuku. Well, it means that we have an advantage of having an entire classroom of people who know more than they should, so our plans don't just fall on my shoulders to complete, but also that means canon is not nearly as helpful as before. I trail off as I go to notebooks for the future, to make a new bunch of pages of what we know now. After that, though, the rest of the day is mostly uneventful. The only notable thing I do is a brief conversation with Vestige. Izuku talking about the battle trials and mentally preparing for them, once they inevitably come up. The next day comes without much fanfare. Getting up, showering, getting dressed, and riding the train to Ua. Most of the day goes on uneventfully, the classes being reviews of things I was already taught before, until finally the class 1 was waiting for arrives. I'm sitting at my desk, looking around, as All Might beeping crawls out of a window like a maniac before confidently declaring. I am here, coming through the window like a hero. A bunch of my classmates mutter and cheer as I try not to bust over laughing. At least Izuku seems excited. Welcome, students, to the most important class at UA High, Foundational Hero Studies. While the other courses at UA are meant to provide you with a fundamental base to serve you well, this course is meant to teach you the basics of being a pro and fighting in the name of good. Think of it as Harrowing 101. And I've found that the best way to measure your progress is to start by throwing you into the deep end. So, today, we're going to go do some battle trials. I mutter, this is not going to end well, isn't it? Because of course it won't. It's fate that this class will beep up. One of the keys to being a hero. All Might clicks the remote as the cases slide out of the wall. Is looking good. These costumes were designed for all of you based upon your quirks and the requests you sent in before school started. Now, get yourselves suited up and meet at Training Ground Beta. I grab my case as I go into the gender-neutral changing room, looking at my costume. Thankfully, I managed to persuade Izuku into using a more practical costume. So I designed one of the later models of his costume. It's oddly comfortable for having so much metal on it. Once I get my costume on, I go to run outside, looking at the costumes in interest. Some are different, some are not. It's cool seeing the differences though. Before I can ruminate any further though, All Might starts speaking in his booming voice. They say the clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. Take this to heart. From now on, you are all heroes in training. This is getting me all ramped up. All Might's signature grin turns more menacing, his eyes slightly glowing. Now then, shall we get started, you zygotes? I nod quietly as I hear my other classmates speak out their affirmations as well, getting All Might to speak again. Listen up. Now that you all are ready, it's time for combat training. As you're no doubt aware, most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically, most conflicts with dastardly evildoers take place indoors. That's why today we're going to get some practice with some 2-on-2 battle trials. Yaoyorozu raises her hand as she asks, isn't that a bit advanced for us? We're still in our first day of full classes, after all. All Might replies with a cheerful, the best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, everyone, you'll be dealing with real humans now, not robots. Be careful with your quirks, but also be aware that their strategies will likely be different than those shown during the entrance exam. The setting is this. He pulls out a script. The villains have, somewhere inside their hideout, hidden a nuclear missile. The heroes must foil their plans, either by tagging the missile or capturing the villains with this capture tape. He holds up a roll. Similarly, the ne'er-do-wells succeed if they either capture both heroes or they successfully protect their payload until the time runs out. We'll be choosing teams by drawing lots. I go over and take my lots along with all my other classmates, the teams set up as Team A. Bakugo and Sato. Team B. Hagakure and Shiro. Team C. Kirishima and Midoriya. Team D. Mineta and Tokiyami. Team E. Mina and Shinso. Team F. Tsunotori and Yaoyorozu. Team G. Koda and Shoji. Team H. Iida and Ojiro. Team I. Asui and Kaminari. Team J. Jiro and Uraraka. As the teams are getting pitted against each other, I go to look at who I'm paired against. Seeing Team G makes me wince slightly. This is far from a fair matchup, especially in a, probably well-cleaned, fake city where there are not a lot of animals for Koda to take advantage of. Shoji might be a problem, though I am a lot more flexible due to less body mass, and Kirishima is extremely resistant. I also think of what demeanor that I should project in battle, maybe a cold neutral face to unnerve them. It could be useful to practice, and this is practice, so perhaps I can do that here. I start going on another thought train, but I get pulled from it when I hear my team getting called. I start following Kirishima to our starting area as we look at each other, before Kirishima pipes up, tapping paper against his chin as he looks up at the building. You got any big ideas for how we do this? I reply with a thoughtful. Well, this is extremely well suited for us due to us being strength, hardening types. Shoji's main strength comes from the many limbs he has, not the strength of each one. So flanking him on one side might be good at reducing his overall effectiveness. Kirishima smiles at my suggestion, and Koda's good at keeping an eye on us but not so much at fighting, yeah. So, what, we just rush him and hope that they aren't able to stop us? I frown slightly at him, underestimating our opponents, as I reply with, perhaps a bit more tact is good. Just Zerg rushing them could end badly if they have any tricks up their sleeves. I might have an idea depending on if there is a fire escape, however. Kirishima turns the building plans as he looks at it, before saying, looks like there is one, yeah. What are you thinking? Head to the top floor and go down from there. I thought for a second before I threw out an idea. Maybe stop at the middle floor and go through a window? Kirishima counters with, problem is, If we don't split up there, then we could just skip entirely over the bomb depending on where they put it, right? Honestly, sneaking around isn't going to be that effective, given that both Koda and Shoji are great at reconnaissance. Hence my first plan of just barging in and going for the bomb. I have an idea, it's stupid, but maybe, true. I had an idea of chucking you through a window and then checking the lower floors, but I don't know if that's a good plan. Can you harden your body enough to stand being chucked that high? Instead of thinking it's completely dumb, he grins as he replies with, "Course I can. So what, you chuck me into the 3rd floor, you go on through the 1st, and we both head to the top?" I reply with a cheerful, "Yep, then let's do it." As he says that, an air horn goes off as All Might's voice goes off in our earpieces. "All right. Let's start, Team C and Team G, your time begins now." In response to the prompt, Kirishima asks, "Right, then, Midoriya, if you'll do the honors." I hoist Kirishima up as he stands on my hands, going into a football player's throw as I ask. "Ready?" Kirishima replies with, "Let's do this." I think of something funny, giggling to myself as I yell out with all my might. "Ya! Yeet!" Throwing Kirishima up the 3rd story window as I grin with pride. After a couple seconds I hear Kirishima speaking in my communicator. "Midoriya, I've got Shoji on floor 3, bombs probably higher up. See if you can sneak past us, quick." I respond with a, "Sounds good," as I use 2% of OFA to limit the amount of smoke I make as I go to climb a nearby fire exit to go up to the 4th floor. I see Koji putting up his guard as he waits for me. The bomb seems to be in the corner of the room near a wayward window. Trying to go stealthy, I carefully but quickly open the window nearest to me, jumping through. Sadly, however, it was for naught, as though Koji spots me, taking a step backwards towards the bomb as he steadied his stance, bracing. I take a deep breath in anticipation as I increase the percentage of 1 for all to 5%, smoke billowing out of my form as I change my demeanor to a much more schooled, neutral one. We stare at each other, waiting for the other to make the next move. It seems though that Koji is not budging, so I go and dash at him, attempting to bomb rush him before he can do anything. Koji looks somewhere, his eyes widening as he braces his arms in front of him. I lower my stance as I level a punch at his stomach. Koji doubles over from the pain. However, against my expectations, a bird swoops in and starts pecking madly at me, making me grit my teeth in an attempt to not show pain, though I have no clue if it's successful. I clap my hands in front of me to create a mini wind gust, as to not maim the small bird. The bird gets flung away from me as the wheezing form of Koji mutters out, "Seriously, Koda? One bird?" He throws a half-hearted punch at me as I easily dodge the telegraphed attack, before dashing at the bomb and touching it before Koji can react in time. I hear All Might boom over the communicator as an air horn plays. "And the hero team wins," Kirishima asks through the earpiece. "Either of you need a hand up there, Midoriya?" The stinging pain comes with a vengeance as the adrenaline wears off, making me realize I was pecked by an animal. Maybe I should go to Recovery Girl for the pecking to prevent infection. In response, Koji laughs as he shakes his head, making me laugh slightly. Kirishima replies, with slight concern laced through his voice. "You good to walk back? And is Koda?" I reply with a chuckle as I say, "Yeah, I'm fine to walk." I start leaving the arena and go to the control room as I hear from Kirishima. "See you at the control room, then." Me and Koda make our ways to the control room in comfortable silence as All Might pipes up boisterously, "Good job, everyone." The MVP of this final match was young Kirishima. Can anyone guess why? I nod silently, trusting his judgment. While All Might can be dense, he isn't stupid, and I trust someone with 30-esque years of experience over my 0 years. Also, I didn't see Kirishima's battle, so I couldn't make a judgment anyways. Though Kyoka breaks me from my musing as she answers All Might's question. "Because he delayed Shoji?" All Might nods enthusiastically as he replies with, "Exactly. While young Midoriya was the one to tag the bomb, young Kirishima thought fast on his feet and prevented the villains from grouping back up. However, young Kirishima, what do you believe you could have done differently?" Kirishima thinks for a moment before replying with, "I could have kept my hardening up for longer to avoid these cuts, right?" All Might again nods while replying, "Exactly, young Shoji, young Koda, both of you did quite well. Young Koda, I recommend you work on your quirk control, but I'm sure you've already guessed that. Koda simply nods in response to All Might's criticism, making All Might go on to the next point. And young Shoji, remember that the sharpest tool is not always the best for the job. Machetes may be useful against many villains, but they tend to be less effective against opponents with hardening quirks like young Kirishima here. Shoji has a pensive expression before affirming with a, "I'll remember that," and lastly All Might moves on to me with, "And young Midoriya, remember the objective of the exercise is not always about beating the villains. Sometimes, it's better to quickly make a break for the mission objective or choose a more stealthy approach, rather than confronting a villain like you did with young Koda." That actually is a good criticism. I suppose I could have just bomb-rushed the bomb without laying a single hit on Koda. It would have also prevented these bird pecks as well. I affirm what he said with a curt, "Got it." All Might nods slightly before going on. "Now, let's blow this popsicle stand. Step outside, everyone, so I can dismiss you for today." All Might finally gives me the go-ahead to go to Recovery Girl after everyone steps outside. Walking through the halls, I thankfully don't have too much blood coming out so I don't stain the floors. Walking to Izuku's well-worn home, I go and check in with Recovery Girl. Thankfully, due to the lack of severity of my wounds, she holds her tongue on berating me as she treats me, getting me out in little under 10 minutes. I eventually go to my changing room as I get out of my costume and into my uniform. The few classes we had at the end of the day were little of mention as I blazed through them, the end of the day approaching as I left Ua to go to my commute home. Waking up today, I was still kind of tired due to the excitement of yesterday. Though I know that today is the day of the break-in, considering the fact that I don't have to do anything, I think my plan is to just get through today because honestly I don't want to have to deal with rounding up a hallway full of teenagers. Getting ready for the rest of the day, I ran up to Ua, though I did bring a pair of earbuds and an MP3 player to get through lunch. I don't really like talking in such a loud place and would rather keep to myself, much to the agreement of Izuku. I walk in and sit in my chair to get ready for another day of chaos. I look over at eyebags sliding in like a deranged caterpillar as they move up with a bored sounding, "Hello class. Welcome to another day of Ua, I guess." Hearing Phyla, "That's their name now, right?" say an excited, "Hello, Miss Aizawa." Kaminari looks up from their desk, asking, "It's time for class already?" Aizawa looks sympathetic at least, replying with a, "Sadly, yes. Welcome to high school, where sleep is for the weak. Anyways, onto the schedule. We will be doing something fun." Shit, I knew I forgot something. I think to myself disparagingly, not wanting to lead a class of a bunch of transdimensional superheroes. It would really take too much of my mental battery. Hopefully they all vote for Kirishima or something. Ojiro starts look even more tired. "I get you, bro." Their voice filled with suffering, they ask with their hand raised. Somehow I doubt it. Kirishima rhetorically asks, "Class representative selection, yeah?" Hagakure justifiably asks, "Is that really considered fun?" Falia responds with a quick, not really." Kaminari sufferingly groans, lamenting, "I was hoping to do this later in the day when I had more energy. We're doing this via vote, right?" Bakugo smirks at the realization of the chance of being class president. At least I presume that's what they're smirking about. Falia rightfully says, "Oh, I abstain from being voted for at all. Along with Iida, I'm sitting out of being elected as well. I'm not brave enough for politics." Though that does surprise me greatly, and also makes me nervous. Hopefully we will have someone as a class president. I hear others in the class curse at their luck of Iida not being the president. Aizawa, seemingly brushing off our concern, says, "Of course it's fun. Anyway, there are a couple rules. No voting for me as I have looked through Aizawa's memories and a class tried that. Second, don't kill each other." Well, that's a short list, I think bewilderingly. Kirishima voices my thoughts. "Is that it?" Aizawa replies with, "I mean, yeah. What do you want me to do? Give you all 7,000 rules on how to behave during class when you all should know how to behave? I mean, at least don't murder each other and don't threaten each other without it being in good fun." Zero justifiably asks, "I mean, doesn't the teacher get more involved normally?" Others in the class seem to be suffering at the lack of the teacher teaching as I let out a barely audible sigh. Hagakure begs with a, yeah, give us the rules, please. Thalia, either not caring about Aizawa not giving a shit, says, I nominate Kirishima. Ojiro shrugs and agrees with Hagakure. I concur. As long as it means I don't have to be more involved. Kirishima, weirdly surprised. I mean, come on, you are the best leader here, says. I mean, sure, I guess. Aizawa, seemingly not caring about such things like order and rules, simply says in response. Y'all want rules. Boring. Class is fun when anything can happen. Just no crimes, at least. Kaminari takes a second of taking a hat from God knows where before speaking. So, could we all make, like, a speech on who should be the class president or something, or for ourselves if we wanted to? Ashido, Shinso and Pony look completely baffled as Thalia just compliments him on his hat. Bakugo barreling through the oddity with a brazen response of, do I really need to make a beeping speech when we all know I'm the best here? Hagakure asks, why are we making speeches in the first place? Kaminari puts on his hat and says with a cheerful, it's fun, and it doesn't involve violence. Kirishima also adds in, helps concentrate the votes around the folks who want the responsibility, too, so we don't get a repeat of Canon Midoriya passing up the role. I decide to speak up for the first time since going into this chaotic mess, bluntly saying. I absolutely don't want it this time either, because, really the last thing I want is to rally these beeping lunatics around like cats. Bakugo grumbles with a, of course you beeping don't. Though Bakugo mutters something I can't hear at the end, it's probably not important. Aizawa responds to all of this with, okay, because some of y'all want speeches, come up and say don't think about them. A hero must be able to act on the spot at all times. Kaminari stands up with a smile, saying, perfect, I have one already. Shoji asks with confusion, how do you already have a speech prepared? Kaminari simply replies, magic, nah, I just thought of it now, to be honest, so, do I just walk in front of the class? I've never really done anything like this before. Kaminari getting more awkward at the end. Asui asks, can I go next? Kirishima goes and asks everyone. Okay, wait, raise your hand if you want to give a speech, please. This causes himself, Kaminari, Asui, Momo and Bakugo to raise their hands. Kirishima points at the people raising their hands as he starts talking again. Right, Kaminari, you start, then Bakugo, Asui, Yaoyorozu, and I'll bring up the caboose. Tsuyu nods in response, Pony squinting at him, confused. Kaminari nods at Kirishima as he goes to start his speech. Sounds good. Kaminari walks up to the front of the class and turns around, coughing to get people's attention. Though I was already paying attention, his demeanor is serious enough to get me to pay attention more. He starts talking, a serious tone filling his speech. I won't lie to you, I don't want to be class president. I just want to say something serious because of the situation most of us are in, but this also applies to those who aren't reincarnates. Well, that's not expected, I think, surprised. Kaminari takes a deep breath before looking at the class with determination filling his features. We're hero students, like it or not, we can't just mess around. I want to enjoy life, and I know most of you do too. And with most of our problems seemingly already gone, we shouldn't have much to worry about. But we don't know about the future. If we all intend to go down this path, then we should train for it and get better at using our quirks. We need to be better, stronger, faster. We can't just slack off. No, we have to put 200% effort into this to try and be the best heroes we can be. Kaminari then walks back to his seat after bowing. Though this does give me more to think about, I suppose I really have been thinking this somewhat not real, though only a small part of me. I suppose I should up my own training. I can't make the same mistakes as Izuku. I need to do this for him. I break out of musings to pay attention to everyone else. I can't exactly not pay attention after that. Thalia sleepily adds, yay. Pony quietly adds, that was good, actually. Uraraka claps, impressed while agreeing, honestly. Well said? Shoji seems even more impressed. Holy crap, that speech was actually good. SI or not, I would have never thought to hear something like that out of Kaminari's mouth. Kirishima grins as he energetically says, you got that right, Kaminari. We've got a head start, but that just means we can go even farther. Plus ultra. Kaminari grins as he replies with a simple, plus ultra indeed. Thalia yawns as they reply with a tired, same. Kirishima looks at Bakugo before asking. Right. Bakugo? Bakugo stands up from his desk before bluntly saying. At this point, you all know I'm the best here. Just beeping vote me already. Then goes to sit down immediately after. Just wonderful, I sufferingly think. 6 of my classmates start muttering discontentedly, though I don't manage to hear them as I stare at Bakugo tiredly. Ojiro rolls his eyes before sarcastically saying, wow. Really living up to canon Bakugo, huh? Besides the expletives, that is. Hagakure adds, I feel like having a speech like that doesn't really communicate how great you supposedly are. Uraraka agrees with Hagakure, yeah, I really don't know how you expect that would make us want to vote for you. Shoji, seemingly expecting this says, expected as much from Bakugo. Kirishima says, yeah, not sure how, exactly, that speech was supposed to make the class as a whole want to vote for you, but alright? Asui, you're up. Tsuyu, standing up surprisingly says, bowing. I hope you all feel good-hearted enough to vote for my friend, Juru. I believe she would be good for class president. Well, that's surprising. I suppose she really believes in her friend to do this, I think, blinking in a mixture of confusion and surprise. Juru, fidgeting stopping as confusion and shock filling her face, says. What? Thalia confusingly exclaims. Anyo. Shoji chuckles with a, didn't expect that. Ojiro sarcastically points out. Yeah, elect the anxiety-ridden girl to class representative, I'm sure that won't go poorly at all. Hagakure justifiably asks, is nominating someone else allowed? Kirishima cheerfully says, I mean, I don't see why not. Kyoka, seemingly desperate squeaks out, please do not. Tsuyu, seemingly not giving a shit says, I trust in your abilities. Kyoka, seemingly even more desperate replies with, I don't. Tsuyu is silent after that exclamation. Kaminari hums quietly as he notes, anyone would be better than Bakugo, I'm fine with whoever. Shoji verbally agrees with Kaminari at the notion of anyone but Bakugo. Bakugo turns and glares with enough malicious intent to kill my beeping dad as Kaminari simply grins, flipping him off, causing Bakugo to flip him off in response before turning away. Kirishima, seemingly done with their antics, says, Kaminari, Bakugo, you guys should probably still be nice to your classmates, even if they are acting like jerks. Now, Yaoyorozu, you're up, speechify us. Thalia nervously gives a thumbs up to Momo before smiling. Momo getting up and walking to the room before starting her speech with. For those of you who reincarnated, I entrust you've already seen who I am and what I'm capable of. But for those of you who don't know me, I'm more than the person you saw in that battle trial yesterday. I'm always striving for perfection, I'm someone who only wants the best for those around her and those we hope to protect. Should you choose me to represent you, I can't promise you that I'll be perfect right away, it's entirely possible I'll make mistakes, but I'll ensure that everyone in this room has a platform to speak, a place to feel safe and a shoulder to lean on. Thank you. I nod with approval slightly as I put her right next to Kirishima on the list, though I think he is much better in raw charisma. I think Momo would be a perfect second vote. Kaminari seemingly agrees since he says with a whistle, she's got my vote, especially since Ida's backing out. Thalia claps in response to her speech, seemingly content with it. Shoji a very inspirational speech, Yaoyorozu. Ojiro shrugs before non-committally saying. Not the worst I guess. Kirishima pipes up with a before going to the front of the room. Nice speech. Guess it's my turn, then. Alright, to be honest, I'm not super good at fancy speeches. And I'm not going to go around promising lofty goals that I can't achieve. What I am good at, though, is people. If I do become class rep, I promise that I'll make sure that none of you guys feel left behind. I promise that if you come to me with a concern, I'll get it taken care of, come hell or high water. I'm not going to go out and promise that we'll all be the top 20 heroes once we graduate, because the real world doesn't work like that. But I can promise you that I'll do my fighting best to give us a shot at taking those spots, plus ultra style, thanks. As he's done he sits down, All of what he said I agree with from seeing his character, so I note to vote for him to be class representative. I have a perfect vision of who to vote for, so this speech only solidified it. Shoji again agrees with me, clapping. You for sure got my vote now, Kirishima. Falia says, somehow sleeping? WTF? Kiri for the win? Ojiro seems at least slightly impressed, so that's a good sign. A bit much, but probably the best one yet. Koda raises his hands as he asks. So how are we counting up the votes? Kaminari takes off his hat. I prepared for this moment. Kirishima starts leading, as usual. Alright, everybody has some notebook paper they can rip off? No one seems to deny that notion as I take one of my notebooks and carefully take a page out. Then write the name of your vote for class representative, and the second most votes gets to be the vice rep. Once you finish, take it on up and pass it to Kaminari, and when we're all done we'll count it up. Everyone starts writing theirs down as I write the ones I want to win down. Kaminari says cheerfully, everything's all in. Kirishima goes up to the board before saying, right, Kaminari. Read 'em out. Kaminari starts reading out the votes, having Momo and Kirishima put out an 8-8 tie. Kirishima scratches his head in confusion before saying, right, not sure how we're going to handle a tie like this. Ojiro, seemingly even more bored than before, suggests, I suggest rock, paper, scissors or a death match. Juru glances before pointing her jacks at people. Who was the funny one? The funny pair? Hagakure says. Pretty big gaps. Are they going to be co-representatives? Bakugo gets up before throwing his arms in the air, speaking in what I can only assume is Italian before speaking in something I can understand. Why am I not surprised? Of course they won. It's Kirishima and Yaoyorozu. I mean, to be honest, it was pretty obvious they were gonna. Bakugo cuts himself off as he realizes everyone is staring at him, making himself sit down, before immediately throwing his head into his hands, muttering, Franco, you beeping idiota. Falia seemingly woke up from this as they ask frantically. Did someone just speak Italian? Kaminari, looking shocked, carefully says. I think that was Italian. Okay, I know why I had a hard time figuring out if he was an SI or not. Everything makes so much more sense. Kirishima points at Bakugo accusingly before saying sternly, right, you no longer have an excuse to be an asshole. Stop. Uraraka starts laughing as Momo creates and plays an air horn for some reason, making me flinch at the sudden loud noise. Ojiro grabs his ears in pain before hissing out, stop, my ears are still recovering from Juru's stupid sound blasts. Juru and Pony seem to be particularly affected as they both cover their ears in pain. Falia, concerned. Oh shit, Pony. Mineta yells out a quick, hey. Kaminari complains at the loud noise. That hurt. Tsuyu narrows her eyes for a few seconds at Momo. Momo decides the attention is enough as they get up and walk to the front of the room before starting another speech. If I may, firstly, I'm honored that so many of you chose me to represent you. However, I feel that in a situation as unique as ours, we need to be unique in our decision-making. It's evident that both Kirishima and myself offer qualities that are similar and qualities that can cover the weaknesses of the other. Furthermore, as our class is made up of both those who are reincarnated and those who are canonical, both require appropriate representation in the decisions we make. Therefore, with your consent, I propose that Kirishima and myself both take charge of things as co-leaders. I nod my head slightly. It makes sense and will represent everyone evenly. Kirishima grins widely before nodding. Hey, that works for me if you guys are fine with it. Falia pulls up a thumbs up with dark shadow. Kaminari agrees. Works for me. Good luck and please lead us toward salvation. Mineta starts speaking things he shouldn't. Why couldn't it have been me, working with? I cut off the little bastard as I glare at him slightly, a warning tone filtering my voice. I'd think very carefully about finishing that sentence. Hagakure just looks confused at Mineta's comment. You didn't make a speech though, Shiro says. I've got no complaints. Ojiro rolls his eyes as he is still fidgeting with his hurt ears. Yeah, whatever. Momo, seemingly pleased, exclaims. Wonderful. Pony agrees with A. Sounds good. Aizawa agrees as well. I'll allow it. The bell starts to ring as Aizawa starts speaking. Class is dismissed. Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, I'll tell you guys what you need to do as reps later. Kirishima grins as he heads to the desk. Alright, guys, physics ho. Pony mumbles a barely audible, physics no, Falia, seemingly just to be a contrarian or because they actually like the subject. Physics, yeah. Kaminari just leaves through the window. Why? I think as I start heading to my next class to spare my sanity. Thankfully most of the day after that was, as usual, uneventful. The classes were mostly about things I already learned. Though a couple of the classes, like hero ethics, law, were actually decently difficult and required a bit more of my attention, but were still kind of boring. The time of the break-in was upon me much quicker than I thought of, must have been me kind of phasing out a big chunk of the time. I decided to sit with one of the few people I've interacted with more than one time, Kirishima. After getting my food I sat with him and plugged my earphones in and started to listen to music. The music was nice and I started to lose myself in it as I ate, daydreaming about random things of this and that. Sadly though it was not meant to be, as the predictable kerfuffle of Mr. Krusty breaking into interrupted my lunchtime. Though I was not really paying much attention as I just sat in my lunch seat and ate my food while pandemonium was happening around me. The most interesting part to me was that Kirishima and Miro fixed the crowding issue instead of Iida and Uraraka. Though I suppose it's to be expected as more than half the class are completely different people. Thankfully I managed to finish my food by the time the crowd started evacuating in an orderly line, so I didn't have to simply leave my food on the table. Placing the tray on the tray disposal area, I started to leave with the others as I heard a loud thump. I turned around to see Kirishima getting up from smashing his head against the table as I winced slightly, even with his quirk that can't be pleasant. Well, he seems fine I suppose. I shrugged and started evacuating with everyone else. The rest of the day, even though there was a break-in, was relatively uneventful. The classes were the same as before, minus a lack of hero studies I noted, and I was mostly starting to worry about the USJ. Even with our knowledge, my 5% OFA and everyone else's improvements, I was still concerned about our chances with the USJ Nomu, though I suppose I can't do too much to rectify that beyond simply keeping up my training. Hopefully it will be enough. Anyways, the day is over already and I already feel exhausted with all the noise and chaos in the lunchroom. I really just want to rest in silence for a while, motivating me to at least go a bit faster than sluggish dragging my feet. Though before I can leave the premises I see a familiar blonde figure speed walk over to me. Hey young Midoriya, can I please have you for a minute of your time? As much as I wish to say no, I don't want to sabotage Izuku's relationships, so I put up my front and smile widely. Of course, All Might. He falters slightly before smiling back, leading me to an empty staff room, closing the door as he takes a seat on the couch, me going on the opposite couch facing him as he lets out a sigh before deflating. You aren't Midoriya, are you? He says, an aura of pure tired radiating through his tone. I blink in surprise. I didn't expect him to be so blunt. I wasn't so dense as to believe he wouldn't notice, or that someone didn't tell him, but still, I didn't expect him to confront me about it. No, I am not. Sorry, All Might. I know I don't deserve to inhabit your quirk, but I will try my hardest to lead the life that Izuku wants. I won't get in the way of his goals. I say with determination, I will make Izuku happy any way I can. Izuku seems half surprised and happy at the exclamation though, the same with All Might. You speak as if he is here, is he there? I nod in response. Yes, as a vestige, I can talk to him and see him floating around. That's comforting, thank you. What should I call you? Alice, call me Alice. Yes, young Alice, thank you for dissuading an old man's fears, I will hold you to that promise though. He says with a stern look as I determined smile and nod. Of course. Now I believe you have a train to catch, no? He asks as I nod and start speed walking away. I manage to barely catch the train as I find myself one of the few seats left. I plug in my earphones and I play some white noise and drift into a noise-filled haze. I retreat into my head until I vaguely realize it's my stop. Pulling myself out of my musings, I start walking home feeling like I want to collapse, my mental battery completely drained. Realizing I must look like shit, I go to make my appearance look better so as to at least not look like a zombie, so as to not worry my Izuku's mom. She smiled at me in such a motherly way that made my heart twist painfully. I don't deserve her kindness. Oh hello sweetie? How was school today? Anything exciting happen? She asked in her soft tone that was brimming with kindness and love, me replying with, oh well, the press managed to break into UA and people panicked. Thankfully some of my classmates managed to calm them all down before they hurt each other, though I kind of just sat there until everyone was calm, though the rest of the day was pretty alright. She looked a bit worried at first but her face showed she was assuaged of her worries from what I told her. It's good that no one got hurt then. I suppose with all that excitement you were quite tired? She asked rhetorically, seeing straight through my attempts to not worry her as I grimaced slightly. Well yes, but no buts young man. I can tell you're exhausted. Take some time to rest this instant. She said with a stern but kind tone that completely got rid of my resistance. Okay mom. A taste of ash fills my mouth at calling her that despite what I did. Good. Now I'll call when dinner is ready, alright? Alright. Love you mom. Love you too sweetie. I start going up to my room, then immediately going to redress myself in some more casual clothing and sitting in Izuku's chair, letting Izuku take notes of interesting quirks by telling me what to write. I've been doing this for a while as I don't want him to not be able to do any of his hobbies, so I try to make notes for him, just in case I can find a way to let him have control back. The rest of the day is more of just getting my training in, followed by lounging around and mentally preparing myself for the beep fest that is going to be the USJ. Izuku sees my active worrying and floats over to me with a concerned look. Are you okay, Alice? I let out a long suffering sigh. No, not really. I'm just worried about what will happen tomorrow. The USJ is not going to be fun. I say with a grimace showing up on my features as Izuku nods in understanding. I get it. The USJ worries me a lot as well. I mean, if we fail, so many things will go wrong. But I believe in you guys. His optimism practically blindsides, though is not unwelcome as a small smile makes its way across my face. Hey, thank you. That actually makes me feel a bit better. You know I did always respect you, right? He looks a bit surprised, his face turning a bit red despite the lack of blood. Really? Why? Well, you are always so determined in your goals, being so optimistic all the time, and even when you are at your lowest, you always attempt to save others. I say honestly, though I do leave out the slight concern of his lack of self-preservation, he doesn't need to know that right now. In response to my praise, his face goes a bit redder in embarrassment as he tries to stutter out a reply for a bit, before seemingly calming down and thinking for a second before saying a simple thank you. The night was fast approaching, and with what is going to happen tomorrow, I decided to go to a slightly early bedtime, in addition to letting Izuku process the moment more while I was asleep. Putting on my pajamas and going under the covers, I drift off to the thought of making it another day. The morning leading up to the disaster was stressful to say the least, not listening to really anyone or anything as I mentally prepared myself to go through the hellhole gauntlet that was the USJ. I probably didn't look too good, and honestly I didn't feel good either. I was mostly just ignoring anyone and sheltering inwards inside of my mind in an attempt to lessen the massive amount of stress of having to fight hundreds of villains. My stomach was tying itself into knots and I felt cold even if the temperature was fine. I vaguely realize it's time for hero class, and now the main event is about to start. I look over what to do for each zone in my head, mentally checking each list of what to do. However, all that tension shattered as Aizawa explained that we were going to do quirkless sparring, the relief bringing me out of my pseudo-trance. Honestly, those words snapped me to reality. Immediately seeing Midoriya looking concerned to say the least, I looked at Midoriya, as if to say, later, as he looked like he really wanted to talk to me. However, we were in the middle of something. However, as I brought myself to attention, I realized I missed a big part of the speech. Beep. I stand at attention, looking around as we walk into Gym Gamma. I realize that Snipe and the Big Three are in the room. Cool. Snipe starts to speak. Vlad, Aizawa, glad you guys made it here. Vlad responds by introducing Snipe, gesturing towards him. Class, this is Snipe, the third-year heroics teacher. He's joined here today by 3 of our strongest students, who are collectively known as the Big Three. The Big Three accentuated this by introducing themselves. I'm Mirio Tagata. Nice to meet everyone. And I'm Najire Hato. Super cool to meet you guys. And lastly, Tamaki waved shyly, saying, I'm Tamaki Imajiki. Vlad nodded slightly as he started up his talk for what we will be doing. Now, with introductions out of the way, Let's get started. All Might should be arriving to help us later, but right now. However, he was cut off as a misty portal opened up inside of the gym, making me tense up, my nerves firing. Of course, they knew somehow, I thought languishingly. Snipe attempted to shoot him, but Kurogiri blocked it, making me blink in surprise as it seemed Kurogiri met the good doctor before he got here. Don't bother. Kurogiri got an upgrade from Sensei. Hey, do you know what I hate even more than All Might? I tensed a bit more, knowing I wouldn't like the answer as malice radiated from his form. It's cheaters. So when a guide NPC came to me and told me that so many of UA's students were cheaters, peeking at my battle maps before they were ready, I wasn't sure what to do. Well shit, we have a rat. I think with a grimace, someone was in contact with the crusty bitch. Of course it would be naive to assume they only had one spy, but I suppose I was being hopeful. Also, the idea that he knows we are cis is disturbing, but sadly not impossible. It was going to come out eventually. All we have to do now is roll with the punches, the very painful punches. But then I figured it out. Why not skip the tutorial mission? Why should you guys get an XP grinder when you've already got a walkthrough? I activate my quirk at 5% in preparation for whatever he's going to do. Welp. Time to get ready for the big guns. Good luck, heroes. You're going to need it. The villain said with a sinister look that made me shiver, a look of pure evil that was fostered after years of abuse. A shadowy portal opened under us before we could react. Even with my 5%, Kurogiri was simply too fast. Getting pulled down to the portal into a forest? Did they send us to the training camp? God damn it, that makes things a lot harder. I think in annoyance as I duck and roll to not completely shatter my legs. Izuku had enough of shattering his limbs in canon, so I really don't want to start that trend back up again. Thank you very much. Looking around, my body tenses at the gaggle of goons closing in around me. It looks like they recruited a lot more people if they can afford this amount of people on one student, I think, as I get into a battle stance. I look around quickly, seeing some of them have obvious abilities while others don't. Two villains catch my eye more than the others. One of them seems to be covered in eyes and mouths like some sort of eldritch horror, while the other seems to have snail eyes and large claws for hands. I want to be careful of the one with mouths and hands. I have no idea what they do. The one with claws will be easier due to my raw strength, however it won't be without injury. A group of them started to run at me. The obviously ranged ones looking to take a shot at me while the rest tried to secure the perimeter. I quickly took out the nameless goons. Their fighting ability subpar at best and their quirks not exactly useful. The one with claws lunges at me, causing me to sidestep quickly and retaliate with a punch to the kneecaps, thankfully fully connecting, making the villain fall to a knee to attempt to not fall over completely. I follow in with a whack to the head, knocking them out. I let out a hiss of pain as I'm bitten by the eldritch villain. I elbow the villain in the face, causing them to let go and stumble as I punch them in the one of their eyes, causing them to fall in pain at being hit in a sensitive area. Another group of goons start to run at me. Over and over I keep knocking down more of these villains, yet there seems to be more and more. Thankfully it seems to slowly dwindle, only having a dozen or so left. Thank God they were essentially useless or I would have been done for. Though despite that I am still extremely tired, the constant fighting whittled down my stamina so much that a couple of them got hits when they really shouldn't have. Eventually, however, the villains were all down and dusted, the last group of villains being just as easy as the last. Checking my injuries, there were a couple of bruises, a bleeding bite wound and a couple of slashes on my body. I went into my belt and got out a roll of bandages to bandage up the bite wound. I will have to get it looked at to prevent a nasty infection, but for now this will do. I vaguely remember Honanuki falling down near me, however I forgot where he was. I look over to Izuku. Do you know the direction Honanuki fell? I asked with an urgent tone, knowing that he would not be nearly as good at fighting such a large group than I would, not that he wasn't good of course. Just his quirk was less combat-oriented and more capture-oriented. Thankfully Izuku got the tone in my voice and pointed in the direction of the Class -1B member, making me nod my head in gratitude before taking off. Could always count on Izuku to take in the details. Eventually I got to the clearing where Honanuki was at, a large group of villains the same size as I was fighting the lone classmate. He was doing decently well, knocking down villains left and right. I jump the first villain nearest to me as a bunch of them startle at the hero barreling towards them at fast speeds. Knocking out the first one, I take around half of the goons' attention towards Honanuki and bring them towards me as I start fighting the horde of endless generic villains. I get hit with a punch to the ribs as I retaliate with a kick to the chest. A punch to my side gets gifted with a shoulder chuck to the stomach, and a knife slash to the arm gets rewarded with a kick to the groin. Eventually I made my way towards the lone classmate, smiling reassuringly at him. Izuku wanted me to smile more, as I started to help him with the rest of the gaggle of henchmen. Thankfully, with another classmate, it was relatively easy to finish the last of villains. I look in the direction of the main building. Thankfully, Izuku the lifesaver manages to point out where the building is, motioning Honanuki to follow me as he looks at me for a second with confusion before realization pops up on his face, nodding as he starts following. On our way to the main building, we fight a couple of nameless villains, giving us a couple new bruises but nothing too bad. As me and Honuki run to the main building, we both hear the tail end of some fighting, followed by silence. Worry and intense concern shoots up my spine as I even see Honuki look increasingly concerned. Running faster, we both eventually make it to the main building, trees whipping past us as we run, due to me having won for all I get to the main building of the training camp and carnage. The lodge is destroyed, burning and covered in spikes of ice that scream to me Todoroki was somehow here. Students and heroes are injured alike as I stare on in horror. The battlefield is completely destroyed, ripped apart from the battle that I missed. It feels like my mind is in a fog, my thoughts feeling like it's underwater as I barely register Honuki arriving next to me around half a minute later. Guilt, self-loathing and fear make me tremble ever so slightly. I can faintly hear Izuku faintly calling out for me in his ghostly form. While not completely getting out of my own thoughts, it brings me into reality enough to see the world around me. The worst injured are brought through helicopters and stretchers as the remaining heroes go to help the remaining students. I'm told by a hero, God knows I can't pay attention to who they are in this state, to go to where the rest of the minimally injured students are. Nodding emptily, I walk slowly to the area where everyone else is grouped up. The people either shell-shocked themselves or talking to the others as I decide to stay on the outside of the group, away from everyone. Izuku slowly floats up to me as we all wait for the bus to come, probably shortly soon. His face is filled with concern and his own intense shock, until eventually he speaks. Alice? Can you hear me? He spoke softly, probably remembering my previous state as I breathed in and out slowly, whispering back. Yeah, I can. My voice was shaky and probably slightly numb as I yet to fully process how easy I was let off. Izuku spoke back again, probably seeing my guilt. Alice, it's not your fault, though before he could speak I shook my head quickly, interrupting him. No, it was. I could have gotten there faster, done something instead of taking out a bunch of nameless goons. The semi-transparent form of Izuku sighed before resuming his speech with slight irritation. It wasn't, you didn't know it was going to be that bad. Besides, you can only use 5% one for all, you literally could not run there faster effectively. He spoke, seeing as emotional comfort wouldn't work, perhaps logic will. I tried to refute it, but I pursed my lips with a frown. I suppose you were right. I need to up my training, quirk and fighting style. I made so many mistakes and I can't afford letting others get hurt because I was too weak. I say bitterly, submerging myself in my own self-loathing and pity as Izuku frowned heavily. Alice, you can do that, but I know you will overdo it with that mindset. We were just unlucky that they somehow knew. He spoke back as I slumped. He was right about that. I knew I would overdo it, especially with that mindset, but I can't get it out of my head and I'm pretty sure Izuku knows that as well. Well, at least I'll have you to prevent me from going overboard, no? I said with slight humor to try and chip away at the overbearing tension, and while it worked a bit, it definitely didn't help all the way. I think we need to talk about something. Izuku spoke as the bud arrived, cutting him off. From the tone of his voice, it was something heavy and I was not ready for something like that at the moment, so I just shelved that for later and walked on the bus. I sit down and wince slightly at jostling my injured shoulder. Guilt at not nearly doing enough and how wrong everything went swirling around my head. Izuku looks like he wants to continue speaking with me but realizes now in front of everybody when I can't respond is not the time. I nervously wring my hands as Shitai finally speaks up, looking irritated. So, Anyone know how this shit happened in the first place? Wasn't there supposed to be a plan by not going to wherever we were supposed to go today? He says as he crosses his arm. Yanagi responds to Shiahi's irritation by correcting the statement. I wince at Yanagi's words as well. It was true, we were supposed to know what happened. There is a traitor and that is a big problem. That was the plan that Eijiro laid out for us, yes. As to where it broke down, I'm uncertain at this time. Sato doesn't even seem to be looking up as he spoke with seeming contempt, making me flinch slightly. Fat load of good that did. Tamaki then said something we were all thinking but didn't want to say. Or at least that's what I am thinking considering the mood on the bus. That villain mentioned a guide NPC. Someone must have found out about your actions and went to the League. Komori took a second of silence before speaking, asking just, who? Honestly, that is my own question considering they should know what the League does and I can't think of anyone that dumb here. Who would do that? Shitai spoke up with sympathy at the disbelief. Probably one of those body snatchers, Komori. Bakugo spoke up with something I was thinking. What person would do that? Either they were idiotic, psychopathic, or blackmail. Honestly, all three ideas make me shiver. I have to purposefully relax my hands as I feel my hands shaking from being clenched so hard. I again glance at Izuku's vestige, looking concerned with me. Wasn't a smart one, I'll say that. Anybody with a half-functioning brain should know that working with the League's an idiotic move. Tamaki Imajiki added a pretty valid point. The fact that a horrible end is waiting for that person as well doesn't make the situation any less worse. Tetsu seemed confused, saying inaudible, huh? As Sato mumbled into his seat, barely audible for me to actually hear it. Worst part is we don't even know where to start trying to figure out who it is. If it's an insert, then they might not announce that. I winced. It was true since it would be pretty damn hard to find an SI traitor. As I spoke up myself, trying to at least be a bit positive. We can keep an eye out, at the very least. Iida seemed to at least agree with me on being positive, adding to my own statement. Yeah, and we know it's not Aoyama this time. Shitai spoke up in a boisterous voice that radiated confidence that put me at least a bit of ease, so that was something, wasn't it? I quietly sighed to myself as I realized it didn't do much, but points for trying. Well, no one's better at keeping an eye out than me. Vantablack is on the case. Sato finally looks up, simply stating a counter to Shihai's positivity. Unless you're the traitor. Tamaki Imajiki jumps to Shihai's defense quickly from the accusation. Let's not jump to accusations so fast. Shitai simply responded to Sato's accusation. Attempt at bringing the mood. Who knows really? I don't know the future, or whatever, it's not me. Kosei perks up with a, me neither. Shota agrees with Tamaki by stating the obvious, though needed, statement. Splitting us up is only going to deteriorate the situation further in the long run. Sato rests his head on his seat again, conceding to the point of not pointing fingers with no real evidence to back it up. Yeah. Fair enough. We probably should point fingers anyway, not unless we know for sure. Tamaki Imajiki speaks up, noting something that makes me wince. That would make it a lot harder. It could be anyone from UA. Kirishima was awfully loud with his explanations 2 days ago. Ojiro dryly notes. Like anyone outside of the hero course could actually have real relevance. Tamaki Imajiki also adds another fact that makes me more tired than ever. They could have hearing quirks and that'd be enough. Shitai also speaks up about the ever-increasing pool of people to look for. What about unknown self-inserts, or whatever you call yourselves? People could be hiding who they really are. Pony yawns as she speaks up with a valid point, I suppose. It might not be for malicious reasons, though, if they're hiding it. Sato adds again another thing that shoots up the pool of suspects by a lot, making me internally groan. Could also have figured out we're inserts from outside school. If someone acted out of character, then a malicious SI could figure it out without needing to be in UA at all. Kendo questions as to how they know though, considering Kirishima. But when? Unless you guys are regularly talking to a lot of other people about your future knowledge, it'd be an astronomical coincidence for someone outside of UA to hear about it. Tamaki Imajiki brings up my own exact thoughts, making my hands grip each other with slight increasing tension. Let me bring up Kirishima again. With how easily he speaks of it, He most likely mentioned it to his parents. If they slip up, the information spreads further. And this is just one example. Koda fidgets nervously as their soft voice pops up with my exact thoughts on the matter. Then it could be anyone. They'd be impossible to find. Shishida again hammers it home how insane it would be to try and find the traitor at this present time. Yeah, what are you suggesting? We search for each person any of you sis have interacted with just in case one of those people has betrayed our school? Sato again adds even more fuel to the fire, making it even more of a hopeless endeavor to try and find the traitor at the moment. Don't even have to have interacted with him. If someone acted weirdly, or displayed signs of not being themselves, someone spying on them might notice. There's too many possibilities. Too many ways this could happen. I don't know, I don't want to point fingers at anyone here if I can help it. Honanuki spoke up, trying to be optimistic. We can narrow it down a little bit, though so far all of you have only become characters that were mentioned in your visions, yes? So it must be one of you. But failing as Rin countered said optimism. That's still a rather large number, and, beyond that, it could be someone who merely noticed that someone was acting off and passed the knowledge further on. Kamakiri also spoke up with a realization that made me freeze up. I completely forgot about him, didn't I? Plus Endeavor's son shacked up with the villains and he's one of you SI people. Could be someone like him who's just being an idiot. Sato looked surprised. What? When the beep did that happen? He's not meant to join them, till after the sports festival. Shitai blinks before piping up. Didn't he defect? He was willing to put on that big bulky quirk suppressant thing. Tamaki Imajiki seems to mutter something I can't even hear as Bondo shakily raises their hand, nervously speaking up. I agree with Kuroiro. I don't think it was him. Tokage seems to mentally facepalm as they state, then we're right back where we started. There is a brief moment of silence before Shitai seems frustrated, asking us sis to raise our hands. This is getting too complicated. Anyone who's an SI or whatever in here, could you raise your hand or something? I raise my hand, along with the other sis inside the bus, everyone telling their SI status to everyone else. Awase clarifies the raised hands with, I mean, that's assuming that nobody's lying, right? And what if someone new becomes a SI? Sato says the blatantly obvious but seems to need to be said. If we suspect SIs as the traitor, then it would make sense that the traitor would hide that they are an SI. Someone new? Koda asks with worry and surprise, lacing their voice, showing their nervousness. Can that even happen? Subaraba asks in surprise. Bakugo shrugs as they seem to be confused about the whole self-inset ordeal, which I am as well, to be completely honest. I don't even know if we'll ever know, to be fair. Couldn't tell ya. Still trying to understand the logistics of this whole thing myself. Tetsu shrugs as well, assuaging the worries. Not much point in worrying about that, not like we can do anything if we do become cis. Koda seems to bitterly mutter as their demeanor quickly shifts to being less animated and more serious, their complete 180 being startling. Their shift making my hands clench ever so slightly. As sitting over here trying not to worry, that's rather morbid. I mean, one day I'm me and another Arando is suddenly me. Shitai says, making me wince as my guilt from the whole ordeal with Izuku bubbles up in my mind. I push it down, though not quickly enough, as Izuku looks even more worried at my subtle expression shifts. Tetsu gives some actually sage advice. I mean, I'm not the same person I was yesterday, either. We're all constantly changing. There's no constants in life. That's what it means to be alive. That was surprisingly deep. Kendo says with surprise lacing her voice. Sato notes a quote I can't seem to remember. Of course I won, why wouldn't I be able to defeat yesterday's me? Something like that. Tetsu grins as he gives a thumbs up, encouraging it. Right in one. Shoda seems a bit indigent but nothing big. So that's where we're leaving it. There's traitors but we don't know who? Sato just confirms it to Shoda, shrugging. Yeah, more or less. Shouldn't assume anything. Tamaki Imajiki adds on to Sato's words. What do you want to do? There's not much that can be done at the moment. Feel free to suggest going 1984 to Nezu later, though. Shitai seems to not know what that meant, as I completely forgot how old the book must be now. 1984? What's almost 300 years ago have to do with this? Shishida spoke up, vaguely remembering the book it seems. It was an old book from before the dawn of quirks, was it not? Tamaki Imajiki confirms their suspicions by explaining it very basically. That's right. In short, it's about a totalitarian state which uses constant surveillance and other tactics to keep people oppressed. Zero tried to put a positive spin on it, though. I mean, things aren't all doom and gloom, are they? We all made it out of the USJ means the villains lost, right? Mineta counts it quietly as Zero's attempt obviously failed. We didn't all make it out in one piece. Shitai, oblivious, spoke up with questioning in their voice. Did something big happen? Kodai replied darkly. Not everyone's on the bus with us for a reason. Tokage seems to at least hold up hope. I didn't see anyone. I think everyone's still alive, at least. Tamaki Imajiki spoke, their words making me freeze as my eyes widened. Wolfram? Really? It was a close call for some. We encountered a villain called Wolfram. Mirio and I barely managed to beat him. Bakugo muttered, making me realize just how damned lucky I was with just getting a couple of nameless goons and faceless villains, making me feel even worse considering what quirk I have. Seems like Jiden wasn't the only villain out of place, then. Shitai spoke up. Is Tagada okay? I don't see him here. I realized that Tagada wasn't here. Just how hurt was he? Tamaki Imajiki answers my mental question with the utterly horrifying. He was evacuated using one of the helicopters. Shitai just muttered a quiet, "Oh." I spoke up myself, trying to bring up that it could have been worse, so maybe we should at least be a bit grateful? At least it wasn't any worse? With AFO and decay, they could have done something really bad to us. I trail off at the image. Kamakiri responds to me by snorting and mocking me slightly. Least I got stabbed with a knife instead of a longsword, is that what you're saying? You're still beeping stabbed. Tamaki Imajiki spoke up, making me tense up even more than before. They can still hurt us. They still have their teleporter, do they not? That is true, huh? They could just rip us to pieces with Kurogiri, huh? Iida states the name of the damned teleporter, Kurogiri. Shitai snaps back to attention as they come to my own realization out loud. Teleporter. Is that the guy that brought us to that forest in the first place? I saw what he did with Snipe Sensei's bullets. What really is stopping them from setting up a more coordinated attack? Rin solemnly notes. Nothing besides their own wounds. Tamaki Imajiki seems to beeper-punch the optimism even lower by stating what my pessimistic thoughts were staying as well. Wounds? Unless the teleporter is incapacitated, he can just open portals under us that lead not to forests, but to active volcanoes. Ojiro speaks up, insulting the villain leader. It's beeping Shigaraki. He's too much of a manchild to get Kurogiri to do anything he's not personally involved in. I speak up, my own experiences coming up in my mind as I state another reason why he isn't following up on killing us, wringing my hands as I do so. Yeah, plus something happened to him. Did you guys see how the front of the lodge got all torn up? There was ice and like scorch marks everywhere. Iida replies to my own statement with the conclusion most would go to. Sounds like Shoto was there. Sato confirms Iida's statement, though the fact that he died is pretty shocking. I suppose it would make sense considering the tropes, but still. Yeah, he was. I encountered him in the woods earlier. He's an insert as well. Apparently he died in his last life. Kendo Thought says something that surprises me. I think Eijiro said he died too. I suppose I never really thought Eijiro of all people would die to come here, though I suppose I don't know what a person who would have died would be like, but still, I thought with surprise and slight solemnness. Shitai briefly stands up and stretches as he questions how all of this is important to anything. Does how people end up as cis matter? Tokage defends it from Shitai by countering with. I mean, it gives everyone different outlooks on things, that's not nothing. Shitai seems to at least agree with that statement. I guess that makes sense. If I died and got reincarnated, I would feel grateful. But if I got randomly transmigrated or whatever, I'd probably want to try and go back. Bakugo nods as Koda looks over at Shitai and speaks up again. Well, if you or anyone else figures out how to get people back to where they came from, that'd be amazing. Sato stares at Code for a moment, raising an eyebrow as I look with a tilted head. That certainly came out of left field, though I can't say the thought isn't enticing. Pony seems to agree with me, voicing the opinion to the world. I guess I'd want to go back, too. Hard to say. Kendo speaks up. It looks like we're almost there. I sit up as I look out the window, finding us going to the large hospital as I sigh in relief. My shoulder is killing me. Sato says quite the dumb question, making me look in bewilderment. Well, this was everyone's first real villain encounter. How is everyone feeling? Bakugo rightfully sarcastically exclaims. It was a villain attack. What the beep do you think, genius? Sato sheepishly seems to speak. Though what he says isn't incorrect, I am mentally exhausted too. Fair enough, stupid question. This whole thing made me wonder, how do the other SIs feel? Since we didn't necessarily sign up for this, I don't know, stupid question. I'm tired as hell. Koda's face seems to darken as I slump slightly, Tamaki Imajiki speaking up. Feel free to switch high schools if you can't handle it, there's no shame in it, truly. His voice wasn't condescending at all, seemingly comforting despite the sentence usually being seen as dismissive or challenging. In hero life there is injury, death, it is inevitable. We all walk off, getting sorted at the large hospital as we are brought into the large, sterile place of medicine, Izuku following me with an expression that 100% said that he needed to talk to me, making me internally sigh at the incoming emotional conversation that will be had. As I'm brought to the hospital room by the sterile doctor, I think about the days to come, training, recovery, talking to All Might and Izuku's mom. All of these will probably be in my short future and I don't really have the energy for it, but I must keep pushing on. Eventually the doctor comes on, their eyes portraying their soft smile. All right. So from what our nurse told me is that you need stitches and some cleaning. It's gonna sting but it will be much better, all right? I nod. I know it will hurt a bit but not nearly as the throbbing stinging pain of the giant beeping bite injury in my arm. The doctor preps the stitches and cleaning stuff. He eventually starts to clean my room, making me hiss as the doctor goes along doing his work. It feels painfully slow though I know it isn't taking that long. To pass the time, I think about the upcoming training I'll do and how to improve the training regimen I currently do. After around 10 minutes at the most, the doctor speaks up again. All right, now I am going to start stitching. It will hurt a bit but it will feel better afterwards. Make sure not to do any heavy work otherwise you will pull the stitches. Wait a few days after this to start anything strenuous, but be careful of doing anything too hard with the arm, okay? I nod seriously. The last thing I need is to injure myself because I was a moron and pulled my stitches open again. The doctor nods back before plunging the needle into my flesh as he starts the process. It definitely hurts but not nearly as much as I thought it would, though to be fair my most recent pain has been a giant bite wound from a villain so I suppose it wouldn't seem like much even if it was more painful. To distract myself from the stinging process of the stitches, I tap my fingers on the metal table next to the patient's chair, looking at how my fingers tap on the fingers. Until it's done? That took a lot less time than I thought. Looking at the doctor, I blink in surprise to see the stitches already done. I suppose I always thought stitches took longer, huh? The doctor spoke up as he finished wrapping up the stitches with gauze. Now all that is left is some cleaning and bandaging of the lesser wounds and you'll be out and ready to go. The doctor said positively, making me sigh. Izuku's waiting expression makes me nervous for what's to come. The doctor proceeds to clean and bandage the remaining lacerations and cuts right before ushering me out the door to help the other injured students. I sigh in relief as it does feel a lot better to be bandaged up like this rather than just letting my injuries get more dirty and worse. After the front desk tells me Izuku's mom I'd coming to pick me up in around 10 minutes, I sit down on one of the chairs in the back of the waiting room, tapping my knee with my finger as Izuku starts to speak. I'm glad you didn't get hurt too much. I nod in agreement, whispering back to the vestige Izuku. Of course, I wouldn't want to hurt your body, I say, trailing off at the look Izuku gives me, one of worry and sadness as he sighs. It is your body now too, you know. I noticed you always seem to speak and act like you aren't sharing this body. He says with a frown as I blink in confusion, is this what he wanted to talk to me about, out of all things that happened today? I mean, it is your body so why would I treat it like it's mine? I say with confusion as Izuku slumps before speaking again, now with slight irritation in his tone. I mean, it is my body, but you are the one in it. I don't want you to feel like you are piloting glass. You always seem to have this wariness, like any wrong move could irreversibly hurt us. You don't even make any friends, and I'm convinced it's because you feel like you don't deserve them. It's not your fault. You didn't take my body on purpose, I know you didn't. So stop treating yourself like it's your fault. Izuku says with growing irritation and sadness as I look taken aback, my eyes wide as I go to process what he said. I suppose it's true, isn't it? I have been thinking of this as not my body, but it isn't. I took his life from him. I took your life from you, aren't you the least bit upset with that? I ask with distress in my voice, fighting to keep my voice to a whisper so as to not make anyone think I'm crazy. Izuku frowns more as he seems to think, before speaking again. I am, a bit, but not you. I'm mad that whoever did this threw everyone's lives out of balance and forced others to take over the bodies of other people. You didn't cause this or even want this, so, yeah, I'm not upset at you. The words he spoke made me silent as I thought about it. Logically, yes, it made sense, but emotionally, I couldn't help but feel immensely guilty, as if I didn't deserve any friends and that making friends in Izuku's body was somehow stealing them from him. Logically, that doesn't make sense, but still. I suppose you are right, but I won't be able to stop thinking about this for a while, you know, right? I whisper solemnly as Izuku nods before piping up again. I know, but I think you can do it. I believe in you, Alice. Izuku said in his determined, happy voice, and I feel myself get teary-eyed, suppressing the Midoriya genetics of flooding the entire hospital with my tears. Thanks. That means a lot to me. I managed to stutter out, barely preventing myself from crying, before Midoriya bursts into the room, barely holding onto her own Midoriya tears. My baby. She sees me as she goes over and hugs me, giving me whiplash as she doesn't let me go, making me blush in embarrassment at this happening in front of everyone. Hey mom, I managed to say as Izuku's mom goes to the front desk with me in tow, hastily filling out the paperwork before hastily bringing me to the car. It seems she wanted out of the hospital as quickly as she could, as the moment we were in the car. Oh my baby, I was so worried. When I heard about the villain attack, I thought you would be on a stretcher. Oh, thank the heroes you were fine. I have no clue how Ua could be attacked by villains out of all things. Momodora almost babbled as I witnessed firsthand where Midoriya's muttering habit probably came from as I got her attention. Mom, I'm fine. Okay. See, I'm here and not hurt. I promise not to be hurt, all right. I still want to be in Ua, it's my dream, okay? Can I please stay? Inko blinks as she looks at me with shock and reluctance, before sighing, slumping a bit. I know, sweetie, it's just, I don't want you to get hurt. She says quietly as I pat her on the back. I will make sure to become strong enough not to be hurt as much, I promise. Inko chuckles a watery chuckle before nodding a bit. Okay. I will hold you to that, mister, she said with a slight joking tone as I giggled in response. My spirits lifted a bit more as Inko turned on the car and started to drive, the city passing by us with a slight blur as I looked out the window, finally getting a real genuine chance to just process it all. So much happened in such a short amount of time, with little to no respite in between. Everything just went wrong. The easy fight where we defeat Shigaraki early now instead being a fight for our lives, arguably even worse than canon ever was besides the war arc. This isn't a game, it isn't a cure adventure, and I think it took me until now to actually process it all instead of just going with the flow. I need to be better. We eventually make it home, Inko leading me inside as I leave to go upstairs and sleep before Inko stops me. No, you are eating dinner before you go and sleep, all right? You need food in your body. I sigh at her being correct as I nod, smiling. You are right, Mom, I'm just a bit tired. Her face softens with a sympathetic look. Of course, Izuku. After you eat you can go and sleep for the day, all right? You had a stressful day for your body and mind. I nod in agreement as I go to sit at the table, Inko preparing a quick dinner? Lunch? Whatever, food. Eventually bringing food for us, Teo. She brings out some grilled cheeses and chips, making me smile. It was quick and easy, so we didn't have to wait long as I felt myself drifting off while sitting. Thanks, Mom. I chirped out in a tired thanks as I ate. I ate faster than normal as I was eager to go to bed and rest after such a long bed, something Inko seemed to be very aware of as she smiled softly at me while I ate. Cleaning up as I finish up and thanking Mom again. bowing slightly before scurrying off upstairs to go to bed. "Good night, sweetie," she said before I went upstairs, me smiling softly and a bit sadly to myself as I responded in kind. "Good night, Mom. I love you," I say before going into my room and closing the door, barely having enough time to get out of my blood-stained uniform before I collapse on my bed, letting exhaustion take over me as the world fades away into the blackness of sleep. Over the next few days, most of the time was spent doing anything but training due to the injury that I don't want to get undone by any strenuous exercise. Not going to school for the obvious reason of it being cancelled for a few days due to the injuries sustained by the attack, as well as needing to de-stress and probably do a lot of paperwork on their end. Instead, I was mostly talking to Izuku and his mom, as well as writing everything that happened in the training camp from my perspective in a notebook to analyze later if need be. In the meantime, I received several texts from All Might asking if I was alright and how I was doing since the attack, in which I responded with me being fine. The man was busy with all the damage control and such from the attack, so he probably had little to no time to actually see me in person, which made plenty of sense. I spoke with Inko more in these couple of says than I did from most of the days I've been here, using her as practice to get over my guilt of being in Izuku's body, as well as not wanting Inko to think that her son hates her. She doesn't deserve that. The rest of my free time is spent thinking of future super moves and attacks, in addition to modifications to my suit. I also did some research on fighting styles with a good mixture of kicks and punches. While I will definitely not be able to master them anytime soon, watching them now will be useful later as I take notes of them, discussing with Izuku which ones would be the best to learn. I have noticed when sleeping, I will sometimes have nightmares, though I suppose that would be expected after such a high-stress day and situation. I do hope it's not permanent or me having PTSD or something. That would be severely unpleasant, and I already have enough mental issues as it is. I don't need another one. Anyways, school is finally starting up again tomorrow, my arm ready for light training due to being partially closed enough to not completely tear apart if the stitches break. I do hope I can train enough to do decently at the sports festival, especially with how for some reason I've been hard locked at 5%, whether it's because the Council of Ghosts in my head deem me unworthy or for some other reason I do not know, but I do hope I actually get to grow, because I refuse to be useless again. Just as I'm thinking about the day tomorrow, I hear a call from our mother, making me jump slightly. "Izuku, get ready to go. Principal Nedzu requests you at UA." Blinking in confusion, I jump up as I start to go and look presentable. "All right, Mom. Be right there," I yell out in response before quieting my voice as I look over to Izuku while getting ready, nervousness clearly on my face. "So what do you think UA wants?" I ask as Izuku seems to be thinking, looking just as if not more nervous than me. Well, it might just be trying to get information from the attack? I think about it as I finish getting dressed and combing my large mess of hair. Actually, that sounds like a very plausible idea actually. I trail off as I jog out of the room and into the living room to see Inko ready and also exceedingly nervous. "Wow, all of us are nervous about this, huh?" "Alright, Mom, I'm ready," I say as Inko smiles and starts to leave with me in tow. "Oh, thank you, sweetie. UA just wants some details about the attack. Nothing more than that." I sigh in relief, happy that Izuku was correct as me and Mom go in the car. We start to drive through the Japanese city. A villain attack is in the distance, which still baffles me at how common that is. We eventually make it to UA. I get out, before Inko hugs me, startling me slightly before I sink into it. Only slightly guiltily this time. "Progress? I will be right outside, alright, sweetie? Just go to Nedzu's office and back." I nod as we pull away reluctantly. "I know, Mom, I love you." She smiles softly. "I love you too, Izuku." I internally wince as I go into UA proper, walking through the, mostly, empty halls of the high school building. I eventually make it to Nedzu's office. Nedzu speaks up as I come in, seeming cheerful as ever. I see Sukachi standing next to the small stout chimera, towering over him. "Ah, Mr. Midoriya, come in, come in." I look around the office, not having seen it in detail before, as I nod and take a seat. "Nice to see you, Nedzu," though under these circumstances it does sour the mood. Nedzu seems to be a bit solemn at the circumstances as he nods as well. "Indeed, but needs must." Sukachi leans forward to me, his hand outstretched in a handshake gesture. The man is the textbook detective in how he looks, well kept and well dressed. Mr. Midoriya, my name is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, with the Mustafu Police Department. I'm here to ask you a few questions about the attack on your class last Wednesday. It's obviously rude to not reciprocate, so I go ahead and shake his hand, smiling slightly. That's fine, the more information to capture these villains the better. Ask away, Detective. Tsukachi nods. Then let's get started. He takes out his tape recorder, turning it on. This is an official record by Detective Tsukachi on Sunday, April 20, 2256, in the principal's office at UA High School. Sir, can you please state your name? I open my mouth before closing it, knowing he has a lying quirk and not wanting to trigger it by accident. I specify. Which name? My name I'm known by as Izuku. My name is Alice. I shrug afterwards at the complication of something this simple. Tsukachi seems pleased, confirming the theory about his quirk. Either one works, so I've got it. Now, can you please tell me one truth and one lie for the purpose of calibrating my quirk? I think about something completely obvious and something innocuous. I'm not an SI and I like pizza. That's good. Tsukachi seems pleased yet again, before giving me another question. That works. Now, can you please give me the name of your quirk or quirks? As of now, I only have 5% of one for all at the moment. I say, fiddling with my hands as I tap my foot. My tics seem to never vanish even with isekai, huh? Tsukachi nods as he asks a question that is unpleasant but unavoidable. Now, to the best of your ability, can you please describe the attack on your class 3 days ago? I wince before sighing inaudibly, Izuku looking slightly concerned as I wave it off. Before replaying the events off the top of my head, right, well, we were going to Gym Gamma and everything seemed to be fine at first. We met the Big Three and Vlad, well, until the portal opened up. Kurogiri and Shigaraki came out of the portal. They explained how they somehow got information and that they beat us to the punch, and sent us all to the training camp area. I was thrown into the middle of the forest by myself with a bunch of villains near me, though they weren't particularly strong. After a bit of fighting, I made my way towards Honanuki and helped him fight his group. We went to go towards the main area, but we were too late at that point and missed the action. How many of these villains did you fight? Tsukachi asks, making me think hard about how many before giving up completely on counting. A lot. I didn't remember, to be honest, not as many as the others though. Tsukachi reframes the question as recognizing, not counting, and you didn't recognize any of those villains? I think before vaguely remembering them, snapping my fingers as I remember. I've seen 2 in the background of the source material, but besides that, not really, though I might have not remembered them. I see. Now, I'm going to give a list of names. Please audibly respond with yes if you have met the person before Wednesday, either online or digitally, or no if you have not met the person before. Tamura, Shigaraki, Tenko, Shimura, Kurogiri, Oboro, Shirakumo. All for one. Himiko, Toga, Tuya, Todoroki, Jiten, Himura. Re Destro, Dr. Kyudai, Garaki, Duma, Yuga, Aoyama. Tsukachi speaks the long list of names, making me internally wince at all for one and Dr. Kyudai. Damn it, Dad for one is confirmed. No, and yes. Though that was at the age of 4. No, yes at the age of 4 as well, no and no. Tsukachi looks slightly confused as he reconfirms my statement, at the age of 4? I look nervous before confirming he indeed heard correctly. Garaki was my doctor and I have very strong suspicions that, all for one, is my father. Nedzu seems curious as he asks, what makes you say that? I clear my thoughts before thinking through the reasons and nodding. Well, the least telling reason that should be mentioned is that it was a popular theory back home. The other more important reason I have is due to my doctor being essentially the right-hand man of all for one. Lastly, the few pictures of him that I do have show startling similarities to the man pre-app might defacing. Tsukachi seems to have taken note of that before reconfirming. I haven't seen them since then. That's good to know then, thank you. We'll keep that in mind. Have you met either man since the age of 4? I shake my head. To my knowledge, no, I have not. Tsukachi nods before speaking once more in his professional tone. Got it. A few more questions, now. First of all, are you a member of the League of Villains? I almost want to laugh but manage to keep it in, shaking my head. No. No. not in a million years. The detective takes note of that before reconfirming something. Next up. Are you in contact with any members of the League of Villains or people you believe might be members of the League of Villains? I want to say no though, I didn't do that on purpose. I might have seen them on the street and not noticed. Better to say so rather than have them think I am in contact with them. I don't think so. At least I haven't talked to them on purpose. I might have passed them on the street without knowing, but besides that, no. Tsukachi says his final question, making me internally grateful. And, finally, is there any other information that you think may be useful to this investigation? I shake my head, confirming I have nothing more. Besides what I told you, nothing on the top of my head, but I'll report anything I think might be important. Tsukachi nods as he turns off the recorder before letting me leave. Then I think that's all we have for you today, Mr. Midoriya. Thank you for coming in. Nedzu cheerfully greets me off. Have a great remainder of your weekend. I bow and start to leave. You too, Principal Nedzu and Detective. I leave the room, sighing in relief as I close the door. Izuku floats up to me with relief written on his face. Are you all right, Alice? I sigh before nodding, mental exhaustion written on my face from the conversation I just had. Yeah, I'm all right, just the conversation was stressful. I'll be fine. I say as I wave it off, walking through the halls as Izuku floats next to me. I hope they don't judge us for something like our ancestry. Also, I can't believe I'm glad my dad was never around. He mutters the last part as I chuckle morbidly. Yeah, me too. Who knows how you would have turned out? Not the best father figure considering Shigaraki's everything really. I say with a morbid grin before sighing. Sorry, I'm stressed. Gallows humor helps with that, sometimes. Izuku shrugs. I do that too, though that's mostly in private. I blink in surprise, whipping my head to him as my eyebrows go up. No shot. That's not something I expected of you considering your demeanor. He grins slightly. Yeah, no one does. That's why I keep it to myself. I thought it would be hilarious if I actually said it to anyone. I let out a snorting chuckle before going on full laughter. Oh, that's priceless. Oh, it's a shame I didn't pretend to be you for everyone else to pull that on my classmates. Izuku grins a bit wider at the thought as I calm myself down. Oh well, but if I find a way to swap being a vestige with you, maybe you can do that sometime. I say with a sigh as I walk to the gate, seeing Mom's smiling face at the parking lot, waving at me. I mutter quietly, someday I'll find a way to get your body back, I promise. Izuku smiles softly. I know you will, just don't beat yourself over it. I nod as I go through the gates. I promise. As I walk to Inko, she looks happy that I'm back. Though she seems slightly concerned at the apparent exhaustion on my face as I smile wearily. Are you all right, Zuku? They didn't question you too much, did they? I shake my head in response, denying that. No, I'm fine, Mom. I'm just a bit tired having to remember what happened in detail. All right, sweetie. Well, let's go home and I'll make you your favorite all right, she says, before I can instinctively say, you don't have to, or something like that. She looks at me with a look that shuts me down. All right, Mom, you win. Let's go home, all right? I say with a soft smile as Inko nods, happy that I caved in as I went in the car. I buckle myself in as Inko sits in the car and starts to drive out. As we go home, I think about the days ahead of me. Training, talking to All Might, and school makes the days ahead of me. As we pull into the driveway and go home, I think about how I need to be better, for my classmates, me, Izuku, and everyone else relying on me. After a frankly wonderful lunch, I go to start training my muscles once more, using the weights I have at home to start building up more muscle. The burning from the exercise is a frankly unfamiliar pain due to my last life only exercising to keep in shape. Still, I keep going as I think about how helpful this will be in the days forward. The day slowly comes to a close as I put the weights down, taking a shower as my body is filthy from the day of exercising I just completed. After getting washed, dried, putting on my clothing, I eat dinner and finish the rest of my day with talking to Izuku for a bit about fighting styles and writing them down as I research a bit. Afterwards, I tuck myself in, closing my eyes as I have one last thing to do before truly sinking into oblivion. I turn on 1% of One for All as I feel the pull into the vestige realm. The smoky, dreamlike realm of One for All greets me as First walks through the smoke with a questioning gaze, his thin body with his scraggly hair showing the mistreatment at the hands of his brother. You came back, for what reason? He asks quietly as I clear my throat, trying to be non-confrontational. Well, you see, I wanted to ask a question. He raises an eyebrow before nodding for me to go. I just wanted to ask why I wasn't increasing in percentage, even if in low numbers. He is quiet for a minute before finally speaking in his quiet, whisper-filled tone. Because you haven't proven yourself. While you could handle higher percentages, you haven't done enough to gain our favor. I blink before clicking my tongue. That's really obvious in hindsight as I sigh with a nod. All right, I'll prove it to you. I'll try even harder in training and at the festival. I say with determination etched on my face, first smiling softly. I'm sure you will. Now good night, 10th. I hope you prove yourself, for everyone's sake. And then I fall into the oblivion of a dreamless slumber, resting for the days ahead. I slowly awaken from the alarm as I stretch, getting up as I rub my eyes. My body is still unfamiliar as I stumble while getting up, thankfully regaining my composure as I go to take a shower, get dressed and run downstairs as breakfast is cooking. Good morning, Mom. Good morning, Izuku. Have a good sleep? She asks kindly as I smile back just as brightly. Yep, all ready for the first day back, I say as I sit down, breakfast being set on the table as I go to savor it. After being done and washing the dishes, Inko and I go into the car and drive our way to UA, bouncing my leg as I wait. Eventually after around 30 to 40-ish minutes we make our way to the large gates. Before I hop out of the car, I hug Inko tightly before pulling back. Bye Mom. I'll see you later. Goodbye sweetie, have a good day. I walk through the gates, students everywhere as Izuku floats next to me. I stay quiet as the crowd makes me slightly overwhelmed, draining my social battery. Walking through the busy hallways of the large school, I make my way into the homeroom and sit down. Just after the bell rings and the door slides open, Aizawa makes their way inside. Aizawa speaks in their canon deadpan tone, making me confused at their reversion in tone. Welcome back, class. Sato greets our teacher as I do a small wave, mornin'. Kaminari speaks about the change in tone. You sound a lot more dead inside than last time, Ms. Aizawa. Falia greets Aizawa as Iida tries to greet normally before slumping slightly, morning, sensei. Nope, that feels weird. Aizawa grins in his scary normal grin as I grimace slightly, Izuku looking startled at the unfamiliar look on Aizawa's face. Before we get started, there is one announcement I need to go over. I am no longer sharing my body or memories with a second person. Which means that things are going to get back to normal here. I look startled. Wait, reincarnates can just leave. Like vanish. Why, what reason? Sato already looks tired. Beep. Is it too late to call in sick today? Bakugo groans, and just like that, any chance this would be like university has ceased to exist. Falia said quietly, I would rather be isekai'd again into murder drones. Kaminari pauses before speaking again loudly. Well, shit. Wait. He raises his hand. Competence is back. He pauses, obvious mortification on his face. Aizawa looks at Kaminari with a look. No, Kaminari, I haven't forgotten the sand. Kaminari pouts in sadness. Damn, wanted to get my revenge one day, it's not the same now. I cleared my throat, actually happy that Aizawa is back, at least that way we can get better training. Well, welcome back Aizawa, I suppose. Iida swears, still making me startle slightly. Well, shit. Ojiro raises their hand, speaking in a suspiciously non-sarcastic tone. I have something I'd like to say too, Ms. Aizawa. Aizawa nods at Ojiro as he stands up and faces everyone, before speaking. You have my deepest apologies if he did anything to offend or insult any of you over the past few weeks. I'm sorry. Kaminari shakes his head. Wait, who else is gone? That is a good question. How many have been purged, so to speak? Is the world trying to correct us existing or is it something else? Shoji says. I am no longer SI, as well. Falia asks. May I speak up, Kaminari? Kaminari looks over at her. Yes, Falia. Falia speaks a very surprising tidbit of information that is exceedingly important. It's not just 1A who lost an isekai'e. 1B's Shiozaki Ibara no longer has her isekai'e within her. Kirishima confirms the count. That's 4, so far? Shit. The class gasps and speaks in surprise and horror. I can't exactly blame them. Many people here died and have nothing to go back to. It makes sense that they would be slightly scared of being next. Though I do wonder something. Well, now I wonder what the criteria for losing your SI status is. Kirishima shakes their head. I spoke with Nedzu earlier this morning and he mentioned that he, as of yet, hasn't found any particular cause. Ashido asks a theory, could it be something in your original world? Falia speaks of another theory. I think it would be related to the stability of our soul, although I do not believe such beliefs. Kaminari says, it would be real awkward if I went back. I died, after all. Bakugo smirks and insults a portion of the class. Imagine having died to end up here. Kaminari mutters something to Bakugo before Iida starts saying something intensely morbid. I'm glad some of us are managing to get out. I hope they manage to get home and not get stuck in either limbo or just die. Falia, the realist, spoke. They don't get home, Iida. Iida questioned. How do you know that? Falia replied with a very disturbing. Shiozaki detailed to me how her isekai, Mitchell, ended up leaving. The two of them seemed to be in something like limbo or purgatory, for sure, and, then, he went off and was gone. Maybe Mitchell's soul finally got. In response the class went silent, me included, as I frowned at the idea of just being removed and being thrown into the void. Kirishima speaks up in the silence. Wait, does anyone know how the four of them reincarnated here? Falia spoke quietly. Never got to ask Mighty C. I mean, Shiozaki for the details, but she's the haunted type, like me, Uraraka, and Midoriya. Kaminari with a look of horror etched on his face. I'm a haunted too. I literally died, he swears under his breath. Frowning myself, I want to give Izuku their body back, but I also don't want to be in the void for eternity. Kirishima gives some information that worsens the situation a lot. We know that amalgamated folks can disappear too, same with people who just had the original's memory but not their personality. I frown as I speak to myself, mostly without meaning to. This may be bad. Kirishima responds to me in agreement. Oh, it's terrifying, but no use in worrying about it at the moment. Not like we can do anything about it from this end, after all. Kaminari frowns as he speaks. I feel like the fact we can't do anything about it makes it scarier. Kirishima, the ever-optimist, tries to assuage fears. I mean, you could have a heart attack right now and die too. Best to keep living life how you want to live it. Kaminari caves in as he nods, fair enough. But I still have things to do, here. Dying again wouldn't be great. Iida speaks as well in a nonchalant tone. I'm willing to die to try and keep as many of you alive as possible, almost did it the other day. Pony turns to stare at Iida before looking at everyone else. Do all of you not want to go back? Kirishima shrugs before speaking. I died. Not much to go back to, at this point. I want to answer, but due to the many speak I decide against it, not wanting to contribute to the mass of answers. Bakugo speaks in his loud as usual voice. I can't speak for the others, but as much as I'm starting to slowly get used to it here, I'd honestly take the first opportunity to go back. Sato speaks. Like he said. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to going back. Falia raises a brow at him. But there's not really any way to do it. So we kinda have to accept this. Kaminari takes a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm down. I feel like we need to calm down, right? There's still other things we need to do and worry about. Aizawa seems to agree. Exactly. For example, you guys have another trial coming up. The UA Sports Festival is on the horizon, as I'm sure you're no doubt aware. Falia seems to speak in Filipino as I blink, not understanding a word they say. The others exclaim in a mixture of excitement and unhappiness. I speak quietly, happy about the fact I won't have to feel the horrible pain Izuku must have felt. Well, at least I won't break my bones in this world. Ashido looks super excited as she practically bounces. Exciting. Ooh, are the events going to be the same as in the manga? Aizawa seems to ignore Ashido as he speaks once more. As you all are aware, this is the time for you to show your abilities. All of Japan's top pros are watching for new talent, and after the attack all eyes will be on you and Class B in particular. Kaminari doesn't seem pleased about the whole thing. I'm tempted to ask if I could pass, But everybody we need to worry about probably knows about what I could do anyways. Might as well give the people a show. Falia speaks about her worry. I'm more worried about if Hawks would take me in at all or be part of the ones who want to intern me. I mean, no thank you, my dude. I'm sticking to the shadows and the investigative grind. Iida looks at Kaminari as he speaks to them. But Kaminari, what about villains we haven't fought yet? Kirishima assuages Iida's fears. The principles are still the same as canon, Iida. Sure, we show off our quirks, but it tells people that we are here. We tell them that just because we got attacked doesn't mean that we'll hide away, plus Ultra and all that. Kaminari turns to Iida at the same time after Kirishima. What Kirishima said. Plus, we know about them as well. Unless a different card shows up, the playing field is still in our favor for threats like the MLA or movie canon characters if they show up. Iida tried to counter that argument. Someone new already showed up at the USJ. Jiru and I, plus Yui and Rin from 1B, fought a villain who wasn't in canon. Kaminari nods as he speaks with confidence. I heard about Dumas from Yui, Iida. I have an idea of who he might be. Bakugo raises an eyebrow at that in incredulousness. So he may not be a villain in canon, but he could still be someone we know. Uraraka asks in confusion, wait, who's Dumas? Pony asks questionably, Dumas? Falia spells out the name for her in English at Pony's confusion before Pony seems to understand. Kirishima seems to be thinking before piping up, named after, I think an author, Alexander Dumas? Can't remember what he wrote, though. Iida spoke about his experiences with the villain. Dumas was some new villain with a buffed-up version of Aoyama's quirk plus something that made him tougher. His personality is way off from Aoyama's, but he was still French. He could be an Aoyama who went full evil, or is forced to be more active, or someone else entirely. I frown in response. That sounds like Aoyama's quirk and perhaps some other buffing quirk added on top. Hopefully it isn't Aoyama. Falia speaks. That sounds like Aoyama though. Kaminari ignores her as they speak to Iida. Iida, we live in this mess. There could be someone working for AFO with knowledge of canon, and thus Aoyama wouldn't be needed. It's likely Aoyama but controlled by AFO. Iida counters Kaminari's theory. The pendulum can swing both ways, though. We can't just assume it's Aoyama. While still a possibility, it could also just mean that the villains have people like us who are willing to do anything to get home or just want to watch the world burn and use this place as a playpen. That or I may need to sleep. Haven't slept much since, the first day of class. Kaminari concedes that point. Could be, yeah. But I don't see why AFO would give naval laser to someone else when he can just force Aoyama to be a villain instead. Sato looks slightly irritated before speaking to get things back on track, which I agree with. For beep's sake, guys, it's a tournament arc. Please stop worrying and just have some fun. Falia however counters with the unstoppable, nah. Sato in incredulity snaps back, beep you mean, nah? I speak out my thoughts at things already spiraling as I try to calm down people, though I'm probably not doing a good job. Yeah, maybe we should chill slightly. All this stress seems bad for our health. Mineta tries to counter me, much to my intense irritation. But what if villains attack the festival? I take a second to think before speaking again to swat that idea away. Why would they attack in such an obvious place? With all those heroes right there? Uraraka makes a flimsy addition to my point, though it should be said anyways. They didn't attack in canon, either. It would be a pretty bad idea. Zero counters with the obvious. They attacked didn't Jim Gamma, and we all know how that turned out. Falia speaks solemnly. One word, or many. Informant. Traitor. Aoyama's canon role. There is indeed, she sighs. An imposter among us. Or a traitor. That works better. Sato says. That's, he counts on his fingers, 5 words. Falia says. Did you ignore the, or many, Sato without a single ounce of hesitation in his voice? Yes. Falia makes an exaggerated frowny face as Aizawa tries to get things back on track. Regardless, the festival is going to be taking place 2 weeks from Wednesday. Kaminari seems pleased at least. We have time, at least. Aizawa, sadistically says, and don't worry, we'll be running you ragged during that time. We've lost 2 days of school, after all. He gives a patented Aizawa grin. We need to make up that time somehow. Kaminari speaks the absolute truth. At least this means we should be getting some good training in. I nod resolutely as I speak. We do need to get stronger somehow. Sato irritatingly says. Especially you, Midoriya. You need to really bulk up to use OFA to its fullest extent. Dark Shadow seems to want to pile on, much to my increasing irritation. We got our eyes on you, Midoriya. I grumble with a slight frown. I'm trying, I'll keep training to increase the damned percentage. I say as I silently curse my quirk ancestors for holding the percentage down. Kirishima raises their hand in question. Is this a good time? Aizawa nods, allowing Kirishima to interrupt. Go ahead, Kirishima. Kirishima stands up, jogging in the front of the classroom before speaking loudly enough so that everyone hears him. So, speaking of training, me and a few other folks, Kyoka and Yaoyorozu among them, plus some 1B kids and Tamaki Imajiki of the big three, came up with a bit of a plan to get some extra training in. We'll be meeting in Gym Gamma after heroics today. If anyone wants to drop on by, should be a combo study, sparring group. We'd love to have you guys if you can make it. Kyoka mutters something I can't exactly hear as Sato speaks with a shrug. Damn, I'd love to join that, but I've got a metalworks class after school today, so I can't make it. Kirishima grins before giving the floor back to Aizawa. Alright, that's it from me. Back to you, Ms. Aizawa, he says as he jogs back to his seat. Sato asks a question I didn't even think about. Actually, a quick question for Aizawa. Do you want to go by Ms. or Mr.? Aizawa, seemingly apathetic to the whole gender thing, speaks with an uncaring, I don't care. Call me whichever. Shoji nods in confirmation as the bell rings, Aizawa saying a dismissal. That's all for today. Class is dismissed. Kaminari calmly leaves his seat, getting up and going over to the window before opening it. He is probably going to try and jump out. However, before he can even think about doing that, Aizawa cuts in. Kaminari, do you have a safety rope or climbing harness? Sato yells out. Do a flip. I roll my eyes as Bakugo snorts, leaving the room, but not before hearing the last words of Kaminari. There's a bush, a few places to climb down, and if I break an arm it's an excuse to get out of class and take a nap. I leave the room, going to my next class, which seems to be math. My least favorite subject due to the fact that I already went to high school and did math. Having to unearth that is never good. As I go through the day, I'm more and more excited for training with Kirishima. Getting help with my quirk and training my close combat skills sounds like a great idea. The idea of getting more powerful and being able to help others is a wonderful thought, Izuku seemingly agreeing as he has the same nervous anticipation I have. The day passes with little issue, though I go and sit with Kirishima's group. While I don't talk much, I simply enjoy their company. While going to talk to them is not something I'll do since I like being mentally alone while eating, I still enjoy being near them. As the day ends, I make my way to Gym Gamma to go and see a bunch of my classmates in the large gym, though not after calling my mom to tell her I'll be late today and when to pick me up. Making my way to the crowd, there are the main three. Thank God Miro is okay. Kirishima starts to speak to the group, everyone seemingly tired as he brings his arms wide. Welcome, everyone. Glad you guys could make it to this whole shebang. Bakugo, the ever cocky and gremlin boy, spoke. Bold of you to assume I have anything better to do right now. Kaminari, already seemingly regretting this already, says. I don't know why I showed up, in all honesty. Regret may be seeping in. He looks around before looking down. Nato waves with his arms up. Hey. Subaraba, already exhausted, says. No problem. He yawns and stretches slightly. Sorry, last night was rough. Falia says a small. Musta. I am already mentally tired from the day. I speak quietly. Hello. I stretch, yawning before flicking myself to wake myself up slightly. Subaraba makes a small thumbs up of sympathy at me, making me smile slightly. Tokage spoke with a, glad to be here. Iida is simple, howdy. Iida waves as he says that. Tsuyu speaks quietly. Good day, Kiro. Kaminari, now dreading the training that is sure to come. Yep, regret. Lots of regret is seeping in. This is a lot of people. He glances around before backing away slightly, maybe thinking he can vanish into the crowd, making me snicker. Abara comes in carrying a bag and covered head to toe in some flour, making me intensely confused. Before she speaks, then it makes sense. Sorry, I was a bit busy. I forgot the time and was doing some baking. Nato asks. So how is this gonna work? Kirishima points at Nato before speaking. Excellent question. This whole deal was thought up by me and my lovely co-conspirators here. He gestures to the people next to him plus some people in the crowd. The idea is that we'll all be working with each other and any mentors that can come in. Thanks for showing, Hado, Tagata, Ms. Aizawa, Vlad King, Ectoplasm to improve our skills in various fields. At least for today, I figured we could break into smaller groups to focus on some big stuff. I'll be taking a group with me and seeing if we can focus on close quarters sparring, assuming you can supervise us, Ms. Aizawa? Aizawa nods before Kirishima speaks up once more. Imajiki, I was hoping you could take a group and kind of focus on narrowing down options for versatile quirks and quick decision-making. Like choosing what the best option is in a fight or something. Imajiki, getting the memo, nods. I've got it. Kirishima, pointing at Tagata. Tagata, I was hoping I could entice you to work on mobility with people through like tag or something. Tagata, with a thumbs up speaks. You got it. Kirishima, gesturing at Hado. And Hado, I was wondering if I could get you to help the ranged quirk folks get some practice in with that? Najire speaks. Leave it to me. Subaraba not so subtly staring at Najire. Again, making me slightly uncomfortable. Why is he staring at her? Never mind. Kirishima is speaking again. Anyone have anything else they want to work on in particular? Abara. I have a question. Kirishima gives finger guns at Shiozaki. Shoot. Abara, with permission, speaks up. Are we allowed to switch between groups? Kirishima thinks for a second before speaking. In theory, yep. In practice, certain groups are going to warm up in different ways and it's hard to jump in the middle of an exercise. So I'd say stick with one group each day and rotate on different days if you want more practice with different things. Abara confirms. Got it. Subaraba raises their hands before saying a good question. What about people with mostly defensive quirks? Well, fine, I guess I'm kinda just talking about me. Kendo seems to invite Subaraba. For you personally, I'd say maybe join in with a sparring. You could use your quirk to block. Kirishima gives another idea to Subaraba. Alternative is the tag group running is a great way to build up lung capacity. Subaraba nods. Gotcha. I already do plenty of running, so sparring would probably be more productive. Nato asks simply, which group should I join? Kirishima thinks for a second before suggesting. I'd say Imajiki's group. Getting a good idea of what kind of quirks to prioritize is a pretty good idea for you. Hagakuri asks her question, what should I join in with? Kirishima, again suggesting. Once again, I'd say close quarters sparring. It's a lot harder to block blows from an invisible opponent and we don't really have a dedicated stealth group today. Vlad King nods before speaking up. I can get a couple of students doing some drills if there's interest in that. Kaminari raises his hand before asking, what group would be best to join to learn general quirk control? I'm decent, but without support items I'm kind of a one-trick pony. Najire looks excited. Ooh, I can help with that. I had to figure that out too, don't worry. Kaminari nods before thanking the upperclassmen. Alrighty, then. Thank you, Hado-senpai. Iida seems conflicted as he voices it. I'm torn between combat sparring and endurance training. On one hand, more endurance is great in fights. On the other hand, being better in a fight would be useful. Kendo suggests. I'd probably say go for combat sparring if you think you can make it to the third round of the sports festival. That'll be more useful there. Iida seems to agree by the look on his face. That's what I was thinking. I can train my endurance in my own time. Sparring against others will let me see weaknesses I can work on for different matchups. I pipe up myself, not really knowing which one I should go to. What group would be best for just general quirk training? I need to practice to make my quirk stronger. Kirishima asks me, I assume you're still trying to go melee? I shrug. Yep, not many other routes I can go at the moment, I say with a chuckle. Kirishima then answers my question, probably with combat sparring. That or jump in with Hado's group. Najire nods a few times. I got you covered, don't worry. Abara seems conflicted like many of the group. Which group should I join? I want to work on my quirk since I was sort of out of commission, but I also want to work on my mobility since I am rather static when fighting. Kendo says, join Tagada's group, maybe, but focus on using your vines for mobility? Kirishima nods in agreement, sounds like the best plan to me. Abara asks, so like using the vines kinda like how Siro uses his tape? Kirishima shakes his head, no, before saying, baby steps, I'd say. First focus on just using the vines to get over obstacles and for balance, then worry about swinging with him. You can probably get to the latter later in the session, but best to warm up safely. Abara seems to agree with that, yeah, I probably need to work on quirk control since I haven't been in control of my body due to Mitchell possessing me. I hear some muttering from Tsuburaya that confuses me a lot, making me put that in my mind for later. Could you not right now, what do I? Iida looks at Abara before speaking to her. Abara, I did have an idea for you. If you feel too static in a fight, leverage that. Set traps or learn martial arts that require less movement or use the enemy's movement against them. Abara seems to nod as they contemplate. That could work. I have a plan that I would benefit from if I am semi-mobile, though. Thanks for the advice, though I might look into it. Kaminari slowly walks to the far right as Kirishima grins while clapping his hands. Then let's get grooving, folks. I go with the close combat group, Kirishima and Aizawa leading as I go into the crowd. The room has mats and is seemingly set up to be for close combat, which is good. Kirishima grins as he looks across the crowd. Geez, we've got a lot of folks. Glad to see everyone. Ms. Aizawa, maybe we break into pairs to spar and each of us can correct our partner's form and any issues we notice? Aizawa shrugs, sounds fine to me. Kirishima says excitedly, sweet, lemme grab a random number generator and we'll get grooving. He pulls out his phone, the thing taking a second before the numbers are shown up, the groups given. Hagakuri and Iida Shishida and Tetsu Tokage and Shinso. Kyoka and Kirishima Ojiro and Kyoka Midoriya and Tsuburaba. Kamakiri and Awase. Yes, the person who was muttering weird stuff. Perhaps I can get more insight on that. Asking him outright sounds rude, however. Kirishima gives us some tips, and that's that. Couple notes. Midoriya, I'd say you could focus on not breaking Tsuburaba's barriers if you want to get some better quirk control going. Hagakuri, maybe wear long sleeves and gloves so we can actually see your form. I nod, taking note of that for when we do the quirk part of training since I plan on doing just straight quirkless fighting. Alright. Tsuburaba seems briefly annoyed before going into an excited grin. Odd. I've heard some wacky things about your quirk, Midoriya. Can't say I'm not curious about how much of that is real. I raise an eyebrow at his words, smiling widely. Oh? Well, you'll have to see then. Kirishima cheerfully speaks. Alright, guys. He claps his hands once more. Let's get to it. Me and Tsuburaba go to our own little mini-group to one of the mats, finally speaking up. So maybe let's alternate between spars and me trying to not break your barriers? Tsuburaba, who seems on board, stands on the opposite side of the mat from me. Sounds like a plan. How do you want to start, huh? I think for a moment before nodding and speaking up. Well, maybe let's start with sparring. Though perhaps unquirked would be better at the moment. Tsuburaba, still nonchalant in his attitude. Fine with me. My quirk's not super good in close combat normally anyway, he says with a pensive look. I frown slightly before complimenting him. After all, shields are cool. Still a cool quirk though. Tsuburaba, not one for compliments it seems, still accepts it. Flattery isn't sporting, thanks, though. I concede the point, that's fair. Just trying to be more personable as of late. What for? You hoping to hook a girl you like? He says with a mischievous smirk. I let out a short laugh. No, just been a loner and not talking to anyone like an edgy anime protag. So I've decided to, not to do that. I say before shrugging as Tsuburaya doesn't seem to take that for a no. Technically that doesn't exclude the possibility of hot babes, but we can talk about them after this training sesh. He starts to stretch as I nod myself. I suppose, but yes, we should actually start instead of talking forever. I go to stretch and warm up the same way I usually do before training, rolling my shoulders as I grin at Tsuburaba entering a basic fighting stance. Well, I'm ready when you are. Yep. I say with excitement as I.
Sabaraba starts out with a basic kick to my side. I go to grab his foot with both my hands as Sabaraba headbutts me.
He goes for a clumsy pivot as I yelp in pain, letting go of his foot with one hand to let go a punch to his chest as he coughs, grabbing my arm and yanking me forward. Swearing profanities, I tumble on top of him as he beeping bites me in the ear. I reel back as I go to elbow him in the side, succeeding at the cost of being kneed in the crotch. I let out a sharp yell as I stumbled backwards off him from the pain. In retaliation I go to punch the downed Subaraba as I shakily stand up, getting leg swiped, falling on my ass. I go to kick him wildly as Subaraba finally speaks up, panting. KGHI, do we cough count that as a draw or? In the special interest of not killing each other, I agree, huff, yeah we huff should before we huff kill each other. Subaraba pants as he apologizes, yeah, that works for me. Panting, sorry for getting carried away there. I waved him off, it's alright huff, I was getting carried away too. Subaraba asks with concern, how are your nuts? I chuckle slightly, hey, sore but no damage which is good. Subaraba seemingly takes it in good stride, good. I'd hate to kill your kids before they're born, hee hee hee. Rubs side, NHY yeah, that's gonna bruise. I sigh before saying with a joking tone, well at least we know that we aren't the best at fighting professionally. Subaraba speaks with a laugh, honestly, I'd be really concerned if you were. Like, why are you here, you know? Pee-hee-hee. I nod in agreement, fair, fair, should we start with the barrier training or should we wait? Subaraba, looking exhausted and parched, let me get some water first. That punch to the chest has me feeling a bit wheezy right now. I agree as I lead Subaraba to the water dispenser. Yeah, that's a good idea. We both drink our water quickly before Subaraba says with a facetious grin, so you wanna hop right back in, or are you up for talking about hot babes for a minute or two? I chuckle before shaking my head good-naturedly, grinning with a glint of mischief in my eye. I suppose we could do that when barrier training if you like. But be warned, I also like men Sue, I might talk about them too if you are gonna talk about hot babes. Huh. That might dissuade them from talking about that. I can appreciate a good-looking dude too. I just don't swing that way. I hear a very faint mutter, no matter how much someone wants me to. He grins back, even with my intense confusion. So, Hado senpai, right? She's a real beauty, hee hee hee. I saw him blatantly staring. Though I found her nice looking, I honestly preferred other people in terms of attractiveness alone. That's fair enough, honestly Kota Kiri I like more but the girls. Mina or Uraraka. Honestly I find most people attractive. I say with a nonchalant shrug. Subaraba thinks for a second. Mina, you mean Ishido, right? She's adorable. Like a human lump of cotton candy. Uraraka has a really nice roundness to her, too. Have you seen her He flinches slightly, my own frown at what I know he was gonna say and the confirmation that something was definitely wrong. NGH. He mutters too quietly for me to hear as he speaks up slightly enough for me to hear the tail end. Sheesh. Fine. He looks at me finally. Sorry for that. I got a headache a few days ago and, yeah, sometimes it flares up. I pretend to play dumb. That's not great. Sorry to hear that. I look sympathetically at him. Subaraba frowns. I hope it'll go away soon. Whatever, you ready to start with your quirk control training? I am silent for a second before speaking again. Yeah, we should start. I'm ready for that. Just go over there and turn on your quirk and I'll try and punch it without breaking it. Subaraba nods. Sure thing. He goes a little ways away, takes a deep breath, and exhales a big, thick shield that seems to be made out of solid air, hence the name. Here's a big one to start with. He knocks against it. Just how I like my women, big and thick. He snickers at the joke. I have a flat look at this joke. Hey, good one. I charge 2% and punch as hard as possible to test the strength of the shield. The thing cracking noticeably but remaining intact, making me smile. Good, that was the goal. I think that's a good start. He knocks against it again, causing it to crumble and dissipate. Well, small steps. Well, you didn't immediately shatter it, anyway. I nod with a thumbs up. Yes, that is good. I was mostly going for control here and I think I did decently for a first try, wouldn't you say? So should we go again or? Subaraba shrugs. I mean, we're supposed to get you to find your upper limits, right? Get you punching really hard but not too hard? Might as well keep going as we are until something interesting happens. Or until I pass out, haha. Don't actually go until I pass out. He says the last part nervously. I grin at the nervousness. Yeah, maybe don't give you quirk exhaustion, Alright, put up another barrier so we can do this. I go into a fighting stance, ready for another round. Subaraba says, you got it. He makes another barrier, this time a little wider and thinner than before. This one's a bit slimmer, FYI. I hear him before taking that for consideration. Alright. Got it? I go to 3%, not punching at full force this time to try and see how much a percentage matters. Smoke flowing off me once more. The barrier holds up for a few seconds with cracks all over it, but eventually shatters from the strain. Guess the thinner ones are generally more fragile. You want to try again? Subaraba said, taking that to note for later.
I get an idea, giving him said idea. Yeah. Try thicker but smaller. Maybe that will work in making it more durable. You could be spreading energy all around instead of a small spot, like the opposite of my problem. Subaraba blinks in surprise, like a cylinder. I do a so-so gesture before speaking. Well, maybe, but try and create a smaller wall with thicker depth instead of making it larger in general, sacrifice coverage for strength and all that.
Subaraba seems to consider it before nodding. Alrighty, let's give this a shot, then. He seems to try to make a thicker, smaller barrier, but just makes a basic round one. Damn it, it just spreads out by default. Well, if it's here already, might as well use it. I frown. Yeah, I suppose so. I said with a slightly disappointed shrug. I go to punch using a low-effort 4% punch. Though the barrier cracks, it seems to keep its integrity. Subaraba seems to be lost in thought before his eyes widen in thought. I blink as I question the look. You thinking of something there? Subaraba seems to be thinking before speaking. Yeah. Something just came to me. He makes a circle around his mouth with his hands and blows, making a thicker, smaller shield than before. I didn't think it'd work like that. I raise my eyebrow at the slip-up but decide to not say anything. Could you capture someone like that? Seems interesting to be able to balloon it like that. Subaraba seems to be silent for a second before conceding. Maybe. You want to see if I can and then you can bust out? I nod quickly at the question. Absolutely, hit me. Subaraba takes a deep breath, making a cube around his mouth with his hands, then exhales an air prison, to his visible surprise and mine. In surprise I spoke quickly. Let's see if this is durable. I charge 5% and do a moderate effort punch. Surprisingly, it only cracks a little bit rather than on the verge of shattering. Much to my intense interest. Oh, this looks promising. I fully punch it with 5% instead, cracking only enough to require one more punch instead of shattering like I expect. Subaraba muttering in awe. I grin widely at the shield. It seems we found a winner. Congrats on making a good prison. I say with excitement as I shatter the shield with one more punch, though annoyingly the shield is soundproof so he didn't hear. Subaraba spoke with excitement as well. Hell yeah. This'll be a big help in the festival. Well, hopefully, anyway. I nod in agreement. I absolutely think it will be. Many people in our class aren't great at raw power, well on their own anyways. Subaraba rubs his hands in excitement and happiness at the success. I guess we got a bit off topic, but thanks for helping me figure that out. We keep training for around 3 hours before stopping, alternating between quirkless fighting and quirk control, spars. By the end we are sore, tired and panting. Though we are satisfied with the progress we made. In the middle of it I got given an invite by Mina to the group chat and took it, interested at the idea of one. Subaraba, panting, speaks out breathlessly. Phew, alright, I'm getting a bit more lightheaded than I usually do after training. You feel good stopping for today? I nod in agreement. Yeah, absolutely. Gonna be training constantly. Hope you do the same, I say with a large grin. Subaraba grins back and gives a thumbs up. I'd never do anything else. Can't wait to see you at the festival. I nod back. Me too. The only pitfall I have is lack of martial arts training, but I'll try my best. We both leave, getting redressed into something more appropriate as I walk out of the school to the UA parking lot, getting in the car with Inko as I smile. How was training, sweetie? She asks with a bright, motherly smile as I reply with the same brightness. Amazing, Mom. I'm glad I did it. She nods happily. I'm glad. Just make sure to take a shower when you get home, young man. I chuckle as I nod quickly. I know, Mom, I know. We drive home. Once we get inside, I go straight to taking a shower. The hot water relaxing my strained muscles and washing all the sweat and grime from today's training. Eventually I get out reluctantly as I dry myself, putting on pajamas before going downstairs, smelling wonderful home-cooked food. Sitting down, I smile at Mom Inko. Thanks, Mom. This looks wonderful. The food looks filling and wonderful as I eat slowly to savor it, Inko smiling brightly. I'm glad you like it, Zuku. Today was a tiring day, huh? I nod. Yep, it absolutely was, but it was worth it. I'm glad it was, sweetie. After I finish eating, I make small talk with Inko Mom. I get up, clean the dishes and make my way up to my room to clock in early, Izuku floating next to me with a smile. As I write down what I learned today plus some anomalies, I get under the covers before drifting in a dreamless sleep. The next day was pretty uneventful for the most part, getting up, doing my morning jog, going to school, training and then winding down at night and writing down fighting styles I see, research. Then I went to sleep. The next day, however, I got an email in the morning saying I would not do math class, to do therapy. I wanted to object, however Izuku looked at me with that look I couldn't say no to. So I did the normal routine all the way up until math class, going the complete opposite direction through the halls. So, how do you think therapy will go? I say quietly as Izuku raises an eyebrow. Not well if they see you talking to yourself. I close my mouth as I realize that's probably true. And besides, the office is right there. The door is normal with Hound Dog on the plaque attached to the door. Going inside. Hound Dog speaks in his growling voice. Izuku Midoriya, correct? It's a pleasure to meet you. The therapy room is a big, wide open space. The walls are painted a pretty neutral white, but the room itself has a lot of round balls of varying sizes, plushies, and beanbags scattered about on top of fidget cubes and other things. There's also a few more rigid chairs, but Hound Dog himself is in one of the beanbags without his muzzle on, writing something in a notebook. I bow respectfully before speaking quietly. Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. I suppose therapy is important after all of this. I grab a fidget cube, playing with it as Izuku sits next to me, making me calmer. It's odd, I do find his presence calming. Hound Dog nods. Indeed. Now, to get started. There's one question I like to ask everyone who comes into my office. Why do you think that you're here? Well, I believe I was required to come here, and well, we were under a very stressful situation. I say with a shrug. Hound Dog seems to take the answer, pretty much exactly. Have you been feeling okay after the attack? Anything out of the ordinary? I look at Izuku, who is currently glaring at me as I think of lying to the hero. Sighing, I speak truthfully. Not really. I realized I wasn't really talking to anyone and was acting like it was still 100% Izuku's body. I was really guilty for usurping our body. Hound Dog hums quietly. I see. What made you come to that realization? Well, mostly Izuku. Honestly, he did a lot of the work in making me realize the issue. I look at Izuku with a smile before realizing it might look crazy and stopping it, though thankfully Hound Dog doesn't seem to think I'm crazy considering his smile. I'm glad to hear the two of you are getting along. I smile fondly. Yeah, I do like him. He is very kind and honestly an inspiration. I chuckle at Izuku's blushing reaction, grinning at him. Hound Dog seems pleased. That's good to hear, but be careful not to conflate the actual person with the character in your mind. Midoriya from the manga and actual Midoriya are two different people, after all, and idolization isn't healthy on either end. I blink in confusion. Oh, he thinks, I see. Oh, I suppose that is important. I know he is a real person, it's just you can't help but idolize him sometimes. Sure, he has many flaws, but he is such a good friend to me, I can't help but like him. Hound Dog seems to reiterate before changing the subject. Just be careful with it. To change the topic, have you seen anyone else since the incident? Hung out with your friends? I do a so-so gesture. Kind of. I did training and I talked to this guy. The first think I'll talk to a bit more. I'm also thinking of interacting with Kiri a bit more than I was previously. Hound Dog nods. That's good to hear. Making friends is an important part of school, after all, and any and all connections you forge while at UA will be invaluable after you graduate. I grimace slightly. Yeah, I might have not gotten that memo a bit ago, but I'm a lot better now on that front. Hound Dog asks to confirm. That's good to hear. You mentioned Kiri, am I correct in assuming that would be Eijiro Kirishima? Yes, I am talking about them. I say quickly as a confirmation. That's good to hear, then. Now, I believe I heard that you worked with All Might outside of school over the summer, is that still the case? Hound Dog replies. I frown. I kind of forgot about him, huh? Well, that and thinking he doesn't want to see me. Well, All Might is a bit busy and I didn't want to inconvenience him, though I probably should, shouldn't I? I'm sure he would be happy to hear from you. Yes, I suppose he would. It's just the guilt doesn't go away despite me logically knowing it isn't my fault. And while he did forgive me, my damn brain refuses to take that as an answer. I say with a frown of frustration, irritated at my brain not working correctly. Hound Dog nods. The mind can often be illogical. Of course, that's one of the reasons why I'm a therapist. I think it's important to acknowledge that your guilt is valid, but at the same time, try and put it aside. Spend time with All Might and remember that he doesn't blame you, and I'm sure he'd be happy to remind you of that when you need it. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I sigh as I look at Hound Dog with a soft smile. Hound Dog asks, is there anything else you'd like to talk about today? I shake my head. No, not that I can think of. I'll come by if I feel like I need to vent something. He gestures at the door with a smile. Then I think I'm okay letting you go for the day. Remember that my door is always open if you need anything. Thank you, you are a good therapist. Have a good day. I get up from the couch, putting down Fidget Cube and bowing as I leave the room to conclude the rest of the day. I walk out of the room, sighing in relief as Izuku smiles at me. I'm glad you told the truth. I roll my eyes as I grin. Yeah, I know, it was for the best. I say with a sigh. The day goes by relatively uneventfully as I go through the motions, getting a bit more social before lunch by saying a few words here or there. Going home. Writing about my therapy in my notebook after dinner, and doing something else at the end of the day. I hold Izuku's phone as I press on All Might's phone number, the text history making my heart clench as I see the past texts from Izuku and All Might. Shaking my head, I type out something. Can we talk and hang out tomorrow? It felt like that alone took all my energy as I fell on my bed, Izuku floating next to me with a frown. You know he doesn't blame you, right? I put the pillow over my head and groan before taking it off. I know he doesn't, but that doesn't help. It should. You aren't dead, but yet I can't seem to shake this guilt off. I say in frustration before a little buzz of All Might responding is heard. I quickly pick it up. Of course, young Alice, after school sounds like a good time? I sigh in relief before texting a yes. Putting the phone on the bedstand, I slump on my bed, smiling. Izuku smiles softly as I fall asleep once more. The day afterwards was just as normal as before, only with the building anticipation of hanging out with All Might, in addition to telling Mom that I'll be hanging out with my trainer after school. During lunch I was slightly more social than before, doing small steps towards being totally social. The day eventually ended with little fanfare as I speed walked towards the emaciated form of Small Might. Hey Toshi, how are you doing? Ah, young Al Midoriya, it's nice to see you. I found a good place to talk. I nod. His softer voice still requires getting used to compared to his grandiose voice, but it's a nice change of pace. We both walk through the streets, actively trying to untense my body. All Might leads me to a small area with no one around at the beach Izuku cleaned. Sitting on the non-sandy part, we are silent for a while before I speak. I'm sorry for not talking to you a lot. I was busy and, also I thought you wouldn't want to see me despite what you said. All Might blinks before sighing. Young Alice, I don't blame you. While I wish none of this happened, it wasn't you or any other person's fault, though you know that, don't you? I nod quietly as we sit and watch the sun getting lower and lower as time goes on. So, how are you? Especially from the fight. He frowns before slumping. Not good at all. However, that isn't a problem. Especially with how hard you've been working, I don't want to push you further. I open and close my mouth before nodding, Izuku floating next to All Might, giving me an idea. Izuku helped me, you know, even as a ghost he is helping people. You should be proud of him. All Might waits for a second before smiling. Ah yes, young Midoriya would help you, wouldn't he? I suppose it's from your guilt? I nod as All Might hums, well, I'm glad he did. Otherwise you would have bottled it up. I attempt to deny it, and promptly shut my mouth. Yeah, I would. All Might seems to think of something after a while of silence, pressing his mouth together before speaking again, this time in a slightly solemn and serious-ish tone. You believe All for One is your father, right? I was told. I let in a sharp inhale as I nod, getting a glimpse of silver in my hair before shaking it off for later. Yes, I believe he is. That won't sour your thoughts of Izuku, will it? I ask with trepidation. I don't think he would, but who knows? All Might frowns before sighing. No, I don't. After all, the first wielder of One for All was his brother. I can't in good conscience judge Izuku or you. I just wanted to make sure. I let out a relieved sigh as I fiddled with my pants. Good. Not that I would think you would, but you know. All Might waves it off. I get it, young Alice, I get it. You were just nervous, it makes sense. I slump with a nod, looking at the sun slowly setting. Shall I go home? It's getting late, perhaps we could have some time on the weekend to train? He hums with a nod as we start to walk back home. Nothing of note happens as we walk to my house. Inko opening the door as she hugged me and talked to All Might for a bit, before coming in with me right as I take off my shoes. I got undressed after going into my room and putting on my casual clothing, before checking my hair. Izuku floats over to me looking at the silver hair. This can't be good, right? Izuku shakes their head. No, probably not. Though it's probably just a weird genetic thing from AFO. I nod as I sigh. Well, at least it's not that many now, it's noticeable at this moment. The rest of the day tomorrow is uneventful as the day goes by. Some training I got in, but most of today was researching kickboxing and other kicking fighting styles and trying to emulate it in addition to the others I was looking up. School was boring as usual with some fun parts. I was a bit more social during lunch and I was less tired than usual, which is good. The end of the day was to check my hair. A new silver, goddammit, and write in my book. The only notable part was at the end of the day Mom drove me to the hospital due to them checking on my stitches, eventually taking the damn things out. Though they told me to be careful, I took note and left with Mom, eventually going home, having dinner and going to sleep. I woke up, the sunrise waking me up a bit before my alarm sent off. Blindly turning the thing off as I stand up groggily. Izuku was already flying around the room randomly to occupy the time I spent sleeping. Gods, that must be boring. I rub the sleep out of my eyes and go take a shower. It's times like these that I'm happy Izuku can leave 5 meters away from me, because damn would that be awkward if he couldn't. After cleaning myself, I dress myself and stretch as I go down for breakfast. I have plans to train with All Might for today. Tomorrow is a rest day, Inko enforcing it since Izuku couldn't before and hurt himself. He is sometimes a dumbass, but I love him for that. I go out for my morning jog to get some cardio in for around an hour, before going to rest for an hour until All Might drives up in his car. I wave goodbye to Inko before hopping in the car after a text confirmation it's him and not beeping Toga or something. Hey All Might, so where are you taking me? He pipes up, a wide grin adorning his face. Ah, young Alice. You see, I'm taking you to my private gym. I blink, Izuku's eyes shining with awe and fanboyness. Hey, I think at least Izuku is excited. I tease as the boy goes red from embarrassment. All Might chuckling as we make our way to the large building. As we leave the car, we go inside as All Might gives me a new piece of paper for the updated, all-American workout. Going inside is amazing as I see the huge gym with machines of every type. I whistle, unsuccessfully, at the price this must have cost. The day of training goes great, All Might giving me tips and tricks on how to bulk up more and help with cardio as well. In addition, he gives some tips about fighting styles. Despite his seemingly simple fighting style, it's actually quite complex and honed. Writing all of it down on the notebook I carry around, I have a wonderful time with All Might as I try to include Izuku in the conversations as much as I can with him. All Might brings out 2 bento boxes after a while of training, making me smile as we sit down and eat. Thanks All Might, this is really good. Are you feeding yourself healthily? I ask, knowing his propensity for not taking care of himself, as All Might looks sheepish as he nods slightly. Yes, young Alice, I have been taking care of myself. I know you and the recovery girl would ask. I chuckle as I shake my head. Well, we have to consider you won't take care of yourself without us asking you to. He concedes that point as we finish up our food, putting them away for cleaning. As the day wraps up after a bit more training, I use the on-site shower and put on the extra change of clothing I bought. I look at the mirror, frowning heavily at the other dottings of snow-white hair that has covered my head. It's only noticeable really up close, but as the days go on it seems to be worse than usual. I sigh as I leave the room, smiling at All Might. So, shall we go, young Alice? All Might asks as I chuckle and nod, thoroughly drained from interacting even with one excitable person for a day in addition to the physical strain of exercising so hard today. Sitting in the car as All Might jumps in, the drive is a comfortable silence as he drives me and Izuku's house. I wave him off as I jump out, smiling happily as All Might smiles back. I go back home with a skip in my step. I wave at Mom as I walk upstairs and place my notebook down before stretching again. The rest of the day goes well as I rest from the intense training I did, a few hours later having a wonderful dinner from Inko Mom. I eventually go to sleep after a while of making small talk with Izuku, snuggling under my bed before my eyelids shut like lead weights. I wake up, stretching as I groggily get up from the dreamless slumber, doing my usual morning routine of shower, dry, get dressed, check hair for white. There is more damn white, and TR right, today is a rest day. I put down the weight and stop getting ready for a jog as I walk down, my still sore muscles thanking me for not continuing to train on a rest day. Walking down I smell the wonderful aroma of Inko's cooking. Going to sit down, Inko smiles at the lack of running clothing. Good, you remembered, sweetie. Don't think I won't make sure you won't train. I look sheepish as I nod, yes Mom, I won't overwork myself this time. She looks at me for a second before nodding resolutely, giving me a hearty breakfast as I hold myself back not to eat it super quickly, going to savor it instead as I hum quietly. Inko sits down and eats her portion as she smiles. I was thinking of doing a mom and son hangout. We haven't done that in a while considering all the training and school. She says softly as I nod in agreement, though my stomach twists slightly as I glance at Izuku having a flicker of sadness on his face before vanishing. I'd love to, Mom. I'd love to. I say before we clean up and Mom leads me out of the house. I tilt my head but go to put on my shoes anyways. So, where are we going? Inko smiles happily. Well, I'm glad you asked. We're getting some writing supplies and some notebooks. And a present for you as well. I blink as I smile softly, nodding. She would probably get me something All Might, hero-themed, but that's alright. I'm just happy we can be with her. We go and drive to the mall, both of us in comfortable silence as she parks. I step out of the car as I stretch, smiling as Mom Inko brings me to the mall with a hum. We walk through the busy shopping center as we make our way to the office store. Buying around 5 more notebooks, a bunch of pencils, pens and a couple of erasers, we cash out and leave as I bounce slightly from over stimulation. Thankfully it didn't take too long and we were out of the store in no time. Mom brings me to one of the merchandise hero shops as I look surprised at just how many there are. Tilting my head at Mom to silently ask her if I can go in. She nods as I smile. I walk inside as Izuku floats next to me. So, what do y'all want? Izuku looks startled. Me? Yes, you. Are any of the other vestiges able to manifest like you yet? Izuku looks sheepish before going silent. I want a gang orca figurine. I nod as I go towards the criminally small area dedicated to the heteromorph hero. I gesture towards them as Izuku thinks for a couple of minutes before pointing at one of them. That's a new one I haven't gotten, he says excitingly as I grin. Then we'll get that one. I grab the figurine as I go to the front where Mom is at, her looking at me with the figure with slight surprise. Oh, that was quick. Was it a new one? I nod as she smiles softly, putting the figurine on the counter before handing the debit card to buy it, giving it to me as I put it in my pocket, patting it to see it's steady and nodding. We walk out of the store as lunch is coming up. After a while of deciding, we decide to go to a place that does pan-fried food. The food was absolutely wonderful, Mom asking me about school and such as I savor the absolutely delicious food. While lunch rush made better food technically, eating with a mother figure makes everything infinitely better. We finish and Inko pays as we leave the mall itself, getting in our car as Inko smiles before driving back home. As we leave, we go and watch some old All Might films and some documentaries. Considering I haven't watched them before, it's actually interesting to be honest. I don't quite know how accurate any of them are though. After a while of hanging out, Mom making a wonderful dinner and going to bed, this was a good rest day, I needed it. Over the past week and a half, the days sort of blurred together, hanging out with All Might, checking the increasing amounts of white hairs appearing on my head, school and training. Not much really happened besides the routine, though the last day before the sports festival comes, making me anticipatory as I do my morning routine, taking a shower, getting dressed and looking at my hair. Damn it, the hairs have turned into a streak. Irritated at me not getting dye or something, I decide to deal with it later. Going downstairs, Mom startles at my appearance before their eyes soften. "Ah, I suppose I should have expected this, huh? You have your dad's genetics as well, don't you?"
Frowning, I nod, ruffling my hair. Yeah, they have been accumulating, but it seems to have been tipped over the edge today, which is annoying.
She nods as she takes a hat and pushes it over. It's a cap with an All Might picture on it.
"I got it just in case this type of thing happened. If you want to dye it or keep it, that's fine." I nod and smile. "Thanks, Mom," I say as I put it on and start to eat, finishing and cleaning my dishes.
We leave the house as Mom drives me to UA. The day has a couple comments about my hat, but nothing much due to tomorrow being the day of the sports festival. The day is mostly just the normal day with an air of tension and anticipation. We all practically run outside as I wave my mom off, telling her I'll run home as she reluctantly agrees. After the surprisingly long jog all the way home, I go and do some weight training before ending the day with a shower and some food. I thank Inko before going to sleep once more, excited for the day ahead as the oblivion of unconsciousness claims me. I chuckle as I click off the group chat, stretching and cracking the necessary body parts. I get up to take a shower and get dressed for the day. Meanwhile, I go over to the mirror, hissing sharply through my teeth as I see around a quarter of my hair is white. That isn't good. Izuku floats over next to me in the mirror while nodding, pursing his lips. "Yeah, well, it could be worse, right?" I hum, before nodding and going to get ready, taking a shower, getting dressed and all of that. I eventually sit in my room, seeing it's 8 o'clock after everything. I sit down on my bed before bouncing my leg, Izuku floating over to me with a concerned look. "Are you all right? You seem nervous." "I mean, it makes sense considering everything, but still, you are going to do great," he says with a wide smile, making me smile softly in turn while I look upon the ghostly visage of Izuku. "Thank you, Zuku. Say, why don't we try to brainstorm ideas for hero names while we are waiting for Mom to make breakfast?" He brightens, however I shut him down with a tired look. "No, Zuku. I'm not going to call us Deku. Dekiru is fine, however," I say while Izuku slumps slightly before nodding. "Yeah, I guess so. I suppose that's it then. I mean, unless you have something better, then that's fine," he says, quickly amending his speech before I chuckle at his nervousness, waving him off. No, it fits you. Dekiru it is then," I say before letting out a happy sigh as time passes, idly thinking of strategies and anything to give me an advantage. They obviously would have changed the scheduled 3 games for the sports festival, and knowing the stoat, they would have done a bunch more things to pull the rug out from under us. Looking at the time, I sigh in relief from my pondering as I walk down the stairs with Izuku, smiling at his mom. "Hey Mom, today is sure nerve-wracking, huh?" Inko looks over to me and nervously smiles while plating the food for today's breakfast before putting it at the respective sides of the table. "Oh sweetie, it really is. I mean, I know it will happen anyways, but seeing you hurt." I smile softly while hugging her firmly for a few seconds before letting go. "It's all right, Mom. All right?" I say soothingly while Inko sighs and smiles in her own way that always makes me feel guilty calm. "All right, sweetie, now. We can't have you doing the sports festival on an empty stomach," she says while pointing at the chair, making me smile and sitting down while eating Inko's delicious cooking. After we both finish our food and put our dishes in the sink, Mom brings me into the car, driving me to UA. After hugging my mom and going inside, I'm instructed to go to the waiting room after getting dressed. Nodding, I go over and get dressed, still a bit weirded out like usual about looking at Izuku's my body. Eventually, I made my way over to the waiting room, being around middle of the pack in terms of how quickly I got here. Sitting down, I fiddle with my shirt while talking quietly to Izuku about non-important stuff like heroes and whatnot. Honestly, I get his hero obsession a bit. Eventually, however, Kirishima, the one who always seems to lead things along, stands up and claps his hands while grinning. 10 minutes till we head on out there, folks. Get your stuff together and get your head in the game, it's just about time. Kaminari gives a weak cheer and a quiet, yay. Certainly not the epitome of excitement. Meanwhile, from my nervousness and excitement, I go and hype myself up with the traditional Midoriya smile. Right, of course. We can do this. Ochako seems to catch my enthusiasm, cheering the same while getting pumped. Yeah, let's do this, I'm so hyped. Mineta puts on an expression of bravado that was laced with slight fear, my eyes going to the grape boy for the first time in a while as I raise an eyebrow. Hey, I'm so gonna beat all of you. Iida tries to be the voice of reason again, while also directly talking about Izuku's bone breaking as I scoff slightly. Okay everyone, let's try and stay safe, don't push yourself so hard you break your own bones and all that. Recovery girl is already going to be busy this week. I chuckle with slight self-depreciation as I nod in response. Don't worry, I won't break anything, I hope. Falia seemingly agrees, chuckling nervously before she spoke. Sure, I suppose. Kirishima gives a thumbs up in his eternally positive attitude, looking as nice as ever to everyone. We've all got this. I've seen most of you working in the training group, and for those who I haven't, I know you've been working hard. Let's get out there, show them what we're made of, and have some fun. Falia speaks in a happy tone, just as excited as most of us, sans Kaminari. Let's get this going. I cheer while grinning widely, doing a little fist bump in my excitement. Let's do it. Ashido practically jumps in happiness while Code pumps their fist silently.
Woo, let's have some fun. Yaoyorozu speaks loudly enough for us to speak, saying their words with enough authority to get us to listen through our excited words.
Most of you are probably already aware of the significance of this event. Therefore, take what you already know and combine it with what you've learned in your time here. Show your very best and don't be afraid to enjoy yourself in doing so.
Kirishima speaks loudly, seemingly cheery still. Speaking of, he turns towards Yaoyorozu, a serious expression now plastered upon his face. Yaoyorozu, probably noticing his shift in demeanor, along with pretty much everyone in the entire waiting room, makes a small sound of acknowledgement.
Kirishima gained a look that put me and Izuku on edge, along with everyone in the room, before speaking in a serious tone. Objectively speaking, I'm stronger than you, more capable. Yaoyorozu, who was intensely confused from the change in demeanor and tone, spoke themselves. I beg your pardon. Meanwhile, Falia had a face of intense confusion, exclaiming. Sorry, what? While Franco groans out. Here we beeping go. Shinso sighs into his hands while Iida questions what the hell is happening. Okay, is this for the bit since this part of canon is missing? Please tell me it is. Falia, knowing this speaks in dread, might as well be. I, on the other hand, am sick of this. Why? No one needs any of this game to play out. So I speak on this. No, not this, we don't need this. Kirishima speaks again, ignoring our protests. All Might's got his eye on you, doesn't he? Now, I'm not about to pry into why that is, but I will beat you. Yaoyorozu speaks in extreme confusion and probably worry, while I am spiraling and trying to figure out what the hell that means. What does Yaoyorozu have to do with any of this? James. Kirishima is silent for a second, before clapping his hands and spinning around with a grin, startling me with the complete 180 in personality and literal 180 of him snapping to us. Alright. Folks, like 6 minutes left. Get your stretching in, get your last minute wiggles out and let's get out there and win, he says while stretching his arms back and forth. Meanwhile, I am whispering to Izuku with bewilderment plastered upon my features. What does she have to do with All Might? Izuku shrugs while looking confused and concerned. Kirishima seemed off, didn't he? I nod in response, feeling put off by the entire thing, Even Iida is talking to what is assumingly himself, as well as Shinso vanishing without me realizing. However, someone gently knocks on the door, making me perk up and put the entire incident in the back of my mind for now. Ectoplasm starting to speak through the door before leaving. 5 minutes left, Class 1A. Sato begrudgingly sits up while grumbling in irritation. It's way too early for any of this. Kirishima starts bouncing in place and shaking out to get loose while excitingly speaking woo. Alright, folks, bring it in hands in the middle. I go over, adjusting my cap once more while putting my hand into the middle while smiling excitingly. Yeah. Falia speaks with a calm tone in contrast to my excited tone. Let us throw hands sooner or later. Mineta, still nervous, speaks his own little thing as well. I'm gonna win. I'm so gonna win. Kirishima, trying to hype us up even more than before, starts speaking a bit louder than before. Alright, folks. Let's show them what Class 1A is made of. Like I said, you all got this. Let's make our teachers proud and show the love they aren't keeping us down. Franco smirks while confidently speaking. The league think they know what they're up against, but we'll show them why they shouldn't beep with us. Kirishima grins back while doing a plus ultra gesture. Exactly. Let's all do our best to push ourselves higher, further, faster. I say my inspirational piece, Izuku smiling at me. To bring ourselves to new heights and challenge each other. Mina speaks as well with a wide smile, excitement radiating from her as of all of us as well. To work together and have some fun. Siro spoke as well, bringing his hand in the ring too. To showcase what we've been learning. Ojiro did the same, bringing his hand inside the circle too. To demonstrate our skills and everything that we are. Shoji spoke quietly while doing the same. To show that we aren't our past. Juru awkwardly spoke while cringing and placing her hand in the circle softly. To win together. Tsunotori, meanwhile, has no qualms like Juru does. To prove to everyone what we can do. Koji spoke with the most volume one heard from him in a while, making me blink. To let go of our doubts and show our true strength. Mineta spoke with a happy, to take the win home. Iida spoke a determined. To piss off AFO and show how a good chunk of his plans are out. Sato nodded his head with the same determination that was eagerly spreading throughout us in the circle of hands. To show off all the power we've gained. Uraraka spoke of our competitiveness. To compete and do our best to win. Falia spoke of our want to prove those who doubt wrong. To prove that we aren't playing around in the dark of innocence and the blurry past. Dark Shadow spoke while coming out of Falia. To show the love we're no longer playing nice if we encounter them again. To do our best. Suyu said simply. Hagakuri spoke as well, putting her invisible hand in the middle. To show that we all deserve to be here, the same as anyone else. Yaoyorozu solemnly spoke. To prove our worth. The mood in the room plummeted as I remember how useless I was, how I just stumbled onto the entire thing in the plaza. I shake my head slightly to clear my head. Maybe I should take Hound Dog's offer. I look reassuringly at Izuku before smiling softly again as the mood goes back up, Kirishima grinning and speaking excitingly. That's the spirit, everyone. 1A on 3. 1, 2, 3. Everyone, including me, yelled out loud with pride in our voices. 1A. Ectoplasm cracks open the door before quietly speaking in his usual calm voice. Time to get moving, 1A. Kirishima holds a hand up and starts walking towards the door, beckoning everyone to follow him. Come on, folks, let's scooch and boogie. Honor and glory await. Mineta spoke with what's very obviously fake confidence. I won't let anyone beat me. Why yeah. Shinso and Kaminari both slip back into the main room as everyone starts exiting through the door, which I noticed but didn't comment on for obvious reasons. Present Mike's voice echoes through the speakers, filling our ears with his excited and hyper-positive tone. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get rockin' once again with UA's first year's sports festival. The crowd roars while we all prepare in our own ways. Personally, I'm breathing in and out the whole time looking at Izuku. I'm doing it for him. I'm your host, as always, Present Mike. Joining me in our booth today we've got my good friend Eraserhead. Aizawa practically groans in his perpetually tired voice, interrupting Present Mike. Why did I sign up for this? Present Mike doesn't seem to care that much, ignoring what he said and skipping over Aizawa to go to Mrs. Joke. And his good friend, the one, the only, the comedic queen, Mrs. Joke. Ms. Joke spoke with a much less prickly response. Pleasure to be here, Mike. Present Mike speaks once more in response. But you're not here for our stunning wit, you're here for the action. To kick off our competitors, first on the stage and surviving a villain attack in their first week of hero school. Give it up for our first-year hero students. Class 1A and Class 1B. More comes from the crowd around us as we all went through the large tunnel after going through the door, all of us going into the large stadium with everyone around us, the viewer's box making my heart beat faster as I thought of all might watching me, nervousness filling my body before I breathe in and out slowly but steadily. Following them up and planning on showing them up, it's our general education course. Start clapping for classes 1C, 1D, and 1E. Noticeably less clapping than before, yet it doesn't matter as they all come out of their own areas. And last but not least, our tinkers and creators. Give it up for support students in Class 1F, 1G, and 1H. Crowd claps once more, my eye twitching at the horrible loud noise. Gods, I hate this. And doing what they do best in the stands, give it up for the business course. Again, more horrible clapping. At the moment, I cover my ears lightly to block some of the noise because dear God, this is getting old. Now, here to referee, please welcome the wonderful Ectoplasm. Ectoplasm on the stage nods to the crowd at the request. Take it away, my ghoulish friend. Ectoplasm walks up to the microphone before speaking in his normally quiet tone. For the athlete's oath, can Katsuki Bakugo of Class 1A please come to the stage? Bakugo walks up and takes the stage before speaking. Before I begin, I feel like the censors should be prepared in case anything unscripted ends up happening during this bleep. Present Mike gives thumbs up from announcer's box while Bakugo speaks, me chuckling at the test. Test done? Great. Now that I have your attention. He trails off, sighing before speaking once more. Everyone by now should know about the attack against Ua, and his hero course students a few weeks ago. I'm not going to talk too much about it, because I'm sure most of you already know what happened, but there is one thing in particular that I wanted to say. To those of you that claim we were lucky to have even been involved in a villain attack this early on, no, we bleeping weren't. We weren't even a week into the school year and we've already now been thrusted into a spotlight that I know a few of us would have rather avoided. Turns to where 1A are standing and just nods, making me perk up even more than I already have. Confidence flowing through me from Franco's speech. But there is one message I have. To those villains, who I know are watching this, we know you're coming. And it doesn't matter what you decide to throw at us, we'll be ready. Glances at all the first-year students and smirks, making me grin widely. So, let's all show them what they're up against. Pausing to let the crowd cheer, he lets out a genuine smile in the process. And if you're ever struggling or think you're by yourself in this, there's an old quote I know. He takes a small breath, you'll never walk alone. He puts the mic back and walks off the stage, humming an unfamiliar tune. Present Mike speaks once more in his excited tone. Amazing speech. Now, Ectoplasm, what will our first competition be? Ectoplasm points to the screen while speaking simply, King of the Hill. Present Mike rolls off his blunt response. Amazing. You want to explain, Ms. Joke? Ms. Joke then goes on to explain it all. I'd love to, Mike. For this event, Cementos is going to raise a big pillar in the middle of the stage with 10 platforms. Each platform is worth a certain number of points at the end of the match as long as you were the first one on it, but be careful, because each platform can only hold a certain number of students. Aizawa sighs before doing his own part in explaining the game. The top platform is worth the most points and can hold 1 student. The second platform can hold 3 students, the third platform 5 students, the fourth platform 6 students, the fifth platform 7 students, the sixth platform 10 students, and the seventh platform 12 students. An infographic shows on the large screen, explaining it all while I nod and remember my place in the tower at the start. Meanwhile, Present Mike speaks once more. Exactly right. Eraserhead. Now, with all that in mind, let's clear the field so Cemento SS can work his magic. Cementos waves as he enters the field, everyone including me exiting as we simply wait for a small amount of time before we all hear present Mike speak. Okay, everyone, let's get rocking. Students, return to the field. We all make our way in before present Mike speaks once we all have arrived at the field. Everyone, at your feet is a marker corresponding to your class and your student number. Take your positions, please. We all take our numbers, going to our respective parts of the ground floor. As I make my way to my area, I look up to the upper parts of the floor as I purse my lips. I doubt I'll be able to hold at the top 3 with my skills, so the safer option would be 4 or 5. Considering I want to be safe, let's go with 4. Present Mike speaks loudly through his speakers to ready us for the game. Alright, everyone, let's get ready to RUUUUUMBLE. Get ready. Get set. Go. I jump over as me and a few others make our way to floor 4. I manage to get to the top, seeing a couple of others including Shinso, Sue and Falia. Dark Shadow. Seeing Dark Shadow and Falia, I decide to target them so they can't smack me off the edge from Falia's strong quirk. Shinso looks around warily and inches away from everyone while Shishida immediately rushes towards Falia, making the two panic and Dark Shadow slam into the other's midsection to try and fling them away in a panic. Dark Shadow speaking in a panic. Leave us alone. Shishida stumbles back from the force due to not being fully transformed, failing to regain his footing, and slipping down onto the 5th floor. Falia blinking in confusion. The hell? Dark Shadow meanwhile was sheepish in their actions? Oops. Falia shrugged while Kaminari camped while turning his quirk on low. In the meantime, find this to be the perfect time to get Asui out of the game due to them focusing on the two Dark Twins. However, Asui easily notices and jumps away, bounding to a different part of the arena while I chase after her. I won't fall down yet. Shinso shook his head quickly while trying to run away from us, getting over to him, swearing. No, absolutely not. Stay the beep away. Falia's is petting Dark Shadow while Asui bounds right towards them in an attempt to get away from me, panicking in the process. Oh no, not the frog, Dark Shadow, who also panics, slapping Asui like a bug, Kaminari looking on amused as I stop in pure bewilderment, having to voice my confusion. What the? Asui yelps out. Damn it. While attempting to latch onto the floor of the arena, instead latching onto the sole of Shinso's shoe. What the beep is da? Shinso, however, doesn't get the chance to speak as he is dragged down along with Asui all the way to the 5th floor, making me chuckle quietly. Falia stares at me and chuckles awkwardly. Please do not direct your murder at me. While also glaring at Dark Shadow. Way to go, Dark Shadow yelped. I panicked. Kaminari yells from his area. He puts his hands over his mouth. Fight. 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 I turn to glare at Kaminari before springing towards Tokiyami, grinning wildly in the process. I won't kill you, I'll just dropkick you down a level. Meanwhile, the two of us plays cat and mouse the entire time, Iida and Uraraka falling off in quick succession while Shiozaki falls onto the 4th floor, where we are. Falia gives Shiozaki a glance of something before we continue our chase throughout the entire time, me just doing this to try and keep Falia on their toes, as well as showing to catch them making mistakes and hitting them off. Sadly, that doesn't happen. After the buzzer finishes, we get a small intermission while Cementos disassembles the tower. I'm walking through the hallway to get some water before going back to the main area. However, right as I get my water from the vending machine, I turn around to see Sato waving at me, which makes me smile. I go over to him as he starts speaking in a friendly voice. Hey, Midoriya. Nice job out there. I smile, waving back. I adjust my cap once I feel it starting to slip slightly, adjusting it accordingly. Oh, thank you, you did well too. I say with positivity, trying to be less brooding and silent. Sato responds with a chuckle, waving it off. Nah, I pretty much did nothing. But you did incredible. What percentage of 1 for all were you using? I do my best to be humble as well, smiling brightly at him as I try to make him feel better. Only 5%. Can't seem to break the cap for now, but you did well too. Sato's eyes flicker to the side of my head before he starts speaking in concern. Hey, I've been meaning to ask, but how are you holding up? Seeing where his eyes are going towards, I nervously tuck my hair back into my cap. Nervously clearing my throat, I reply, I'm fine. Why do you ask? Sato rubs the back of his head nervously. It's just, you kinda got the short end of the stick. You know? You woke up in a new body, with not only a destructive quirk, but also you gotta deal with the weight of being the main character. You know how many people are relying on Izuku Midoriya. And on top of all that stress, all for one is your dad here. That's a lot of stress. Well, that is certainly something. I can't say he's wrong, it would be quite stressful, though I was trying to ignore that fact for the sake of my own sanity. Ah, right. Well, it's certainly a lot. But it could always be worse. Besides, Izuku is with me as well, so that helps a lot. I do a small pause as I look at the concerned look of Izuku. Motioning, later, with a head movement before I speak back up before the pause becomes too awkward. And besides, the DFO thing isn't that bad when it comes to what could be. Sato chuckles slightly at what I say. I don't know, all for one is a man who is very obsessed with his family. Doesn't it worry you to know that the most dangerous man to ever live would have an interest in you? I know I certainly would, he says, making my eye twitch slightly at his insistence at giving me a mild panic attack. Yes, I can see that, but he already has an interest in me for my quirk. So does it really matter that he's more interested in me in a weird platonic yandere way too? It doesn't change what I'm gonna do long term, as all of us in Class A and B are gonna beat his ass. I say in return, desperately hoping he would beeping drop it. Yet to my dismay all he does is shrug before continuing. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Still, it's all a lot to carry on your shoulders without even asking for any of it. I know if I was in your shoes I'd be having a hard time. He shakes his head for a small pause before continuing. Well, I guess if you reckon you can handle it, then that's all that matters. Finally seeing a way out of this blasted conversation, I realize why he said this in the first place. Sighing as I rub my head. Yes, I do have a handle on it. You saw what was under my cap, didn't you? Sato seems a bit confused at my question before answering affirmative. Kinda. I saw a bit of white hair. Why? I realize the issue and swear to get a better cap. I really don't want to answer any questions about this, for my sanity mostly. Well, I assumed it reminded you of AFO, so you talked about him. No. You seem to notice it and ask how I was doing. Sato again rubs the back of his head in a very anime-like fashion, nodding slightly. Yeah, it kinda did. I was a little surprised, since Izuku doesn't have it in canon, but it's just another change we weren't prepared for. Hey, a bit of a change in topic, but we should work out together sometime. I am exceedingly thankful for the change of topic, smiling a bit brighter while nodding enthusiastically. Oh, yes we should. It's nice having a partner for training after all. Especially considering our quirks are similar in the strength-enhancing way. Sato nods at me before glancing at his wrist. Wait, he doesn't even have a watch. Why is he doing that? They'll be announcing the next round soon. We should head back to the stands. I'll shoot you a message later and we can set up a workout session. Right. I say as I quickly shake off the weirdness of his last action and the weird insistence to get on my nerves in general. I walk with him back up to the main area before eventually calming down. And now we're getting ready for our next event. Eraser, you want to tell everyone what's up next for our lovely competitors? Aizawa says a blunt no. In response, present Mike immediately bounces back. Classic Eraserhead. Ectoplasm, spin that wheel. Ectoplasm is on stage as he goes and spins a giant roulette wheel with a bunch of potential things we need to do, before it landed on. Hostage rescue. Ms. Joke cooed at the idea before showing her appreciation. Ooh, I know this one. Present Mike snaps his fingers before allowing Mrs. Joke to go. Go for it, Ms. Joke. She very much took his offer. Our students for this round are going to split into teams of 4 and each time will be released into a different mock city block with dummy hostages and mock villains. Each hostage is worth a certain number of points, based on how difficult they are to rescue and what condition they're in when rescued. Students earn points for rescuing hostages, but watch out, the villains aren't worth any points but they will try to stop you. Present speaks once more in his enthusiastic words. Exactly. Wow, you're good at this. We should get you back in the box for the 2nd and 3rd years. Aizawa groans at the idea. Please no, Ms. Joke again, says her Joke, making me cringe. Ah, come on, Eraserhead. This is the start of a wonderful relationship. Aizawa says, understandably. I hate everything about you. She defects with a. Such a jokester, Aizawa, who desperately wants this over with, says. Just start the event, Mike. To present Mike, while he bounces off Aizawa's words. You heard the man, students, you've got 10 minutes to form teams of 4. Good luck. Ms. Joke starts humming the Jeopardy theme as the mics turn off. I see everyone go in groups before pursuing my lips, looking around helplessly as I just see a sea of people. Turning to Izuku, I whisper frantically. Who am I supposed to go to? There are so many people here. I say while Izuku frowns and hums, before pointing at what looks to be Francio, Mei and Kyoka, making me brighten. They all seem agreeable enough. Hell, Mei looks downright enjoyable to be around. Thanks, Zuku. I whisper to my friend before wandering over to the 3 and clearing my throat before speaking. Oh, you seem to only have 3 members. Mind if I join? You are, kind of the first people I ran into that had 3 members. I say sheepishly, saying this due to the fact that it was, kind of true, I just didn't see them until Izuku pointed them out. Sure, I guess. As long as the others are fine with it. Franco says nonchalantly. Wei Hastung shrugs, turning to the earphone gal. Kyoka speaks in something that is very much praise that makes me want to curl up and die. I mean, it's not like I could say no, you're Midoriya. I can't just say, no thanks. I look over to Izuku, who looks similarly uncomfortable, saying a quiet, thanks, before I turn back to Kyoka. Thanks, I guess. I'm thankful you let me into your team. Izuku says thanks for the compliment. Kyoka looks even more sheepish than before. No problem and sorry for just saying it like that. She glances over all of us before speaking once more. I guess that is all 4 though. Franco chuckles before nodding. I guess it is. Kyoka again looks pondering. Now, any ideas on how to tackle all of this? She waves with one of her earjacks. I can track where everything is, at least. I hum before thinking of what I can do, before nodding. I could go and gather the victims. I have a consistent speed that doesn't require my arms to use. Franco seems again nonchalant before agreeing. Honestly, if I'm stuck having to take down the fake villains so you guys get the hostages, that's fine with me. Hatsume says nothing while tinkering with her backpack, Kyoka looking at me before speaking with a frown. The only issue I see with that is that it might be a little slow. I'm not sure if I'd be able to really tell you where stuff is while you're at max speed. I frown in response, nodding at her issue. That is true. Wait, hey Hatsume. Do you have any sort of communication devices we can use? Hatsume perks up at my revelation before slumping. I forgot to make one of those, but that whole speedy thing won't be an issue. She straps back her jetpack, walking up to Kyoka and simply picking her up with her arms, making me blink and blush slightly before clearing my head. Just follow our lead. Kyoka, now increasingly shy, speaks quietly. Sure. Sure, that works too, I mutter. Damn, she's strong, before perking up. But yeah, that works. Kyoka looks away briefly before retrieving her paint bombs from the backpack. Maybe we could use these too, as a way to mark places and such? She glances back at her Hatsume. How many you've got left? Hatsume hums for a second before coming to some mental math conclusion. Around a good few. Kyoka frowns, along with me, because that isn't a number. That's not a number. Hatsume seems to then say what Aegean isn't a number. A fair amount. Kyoka, frustrated, spoke louder this time. Hatsume. Hatsume finally said an actual number, making me sigh in relief. I've got 8. Franco sarcastically replies. Holy shit, an actual number. I hum while thinking about it. Surely if we don't overuse it. That has to be enough, right? Kyoka asked us. Do any of you remember how long it's gonna be? Franco shrugged. I don't think it was ever mentioned. Kyoka, looking just as confused as I am, essentially gave up with numbers before saying. Then, I guess we can just have 2 bombs each just in case? Would that be all? I nod before shrugging, not knowing if it's good or not. Sounds good, probably. Kyoka spoke before realizing something. All right. Now, Hatsume? Hatsume looked up with a tilted head. What, Kyoka blankly stares at her. Put me down. Hatsume smiles obliviously. Oh, sure. She says before she just beeping drops her on the floor. Meanwhile Francio is clearly struggling not to laugh, resulting in snickering. Meanwhile Kyoka sighs, meeting face to face with the grass before I go to help. And we're back, everyone. Present Mike practically screams into the mic, making me wince while Aizawa seemingly glares at Joke despite none of us seeing his face. Did you really have to hum that song the entire time? Joke spoke with an indignant tone. It's a classic. Present Mike interrupted the two's childish bickering. No time for your marital bickering, you two. Aizawa interrupts him in turn. We're not married. Present Mike completely ignores him as he speaks. We've got a sports festival to run. Do we have our teams, Ectoplasm? Ectoplasm gives a thumbs up while Present Mike speaks. Then let's start announcing our lovely contestants. First up we've got the winner from last round and his teammates. Give it up for Team Bakugo consisting of Katsuki Bakugo, Kyoka Jirou, Mei Hatsume, and Izuku Midoriya. In response, I smile a bright smile while posing, Izuku happy about what I was doing as I chuckle. Next up, we've got 3/4 of the recommendation students. Give it up for Team Yaoyorozu, consisting of Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Hitoshi Shinso, and Setsuna Tokage. Third of all we've got a close quarters and ranged team. Give it up for Team Kirishima, consisting of Eijiro Kirishima, Itsuka Kendo, Ochako Uraraka, Reiko Yanagi, and Emily Yanagi. Look out for our fourth team. They're lean, mean, and/or green. Give it up for Team Shiozaki, consisting of Abara Shiozaki, Fumikage Tokiyami, Tsuyu Asui, and Tenya Iida. We've got some sticky business for our fifth team. Give it up for Team Honenuki, consisting of Juzo Honenuki, Yosetsu Awase, Hanta Siro, and Hirayu Rin. Our sixth team is here to take names and have fun. Give it up for Team Bondo, consisting of Kojira Bondo, Nirengenki Shota, Tetsu, and Mina Ashido. They've got brains, they've got brawn, they've got it all for our seventh team. Give it up for Team Kuroiro, consisting of Shihaikuro, Rikido Sato, Kosei Tsubura, and Senator Kaibara. Our eighth team is here to bing bang boom meow their way to victory. Give it up for Team Nato Hunt, consisting of Nato Hunt, Manga Fukidashi, Pony Tsunotori, and Koji Koda. It's the perfect mixture of defense and offense for our ninth team. Give it up for Team Kamakiri, consisting of Togarukamakiri, Jurotashishida, Minoru Mineta, and Mezzo Shoji. We're not sure if our arena is going to survive the 10th team, so try to be careful, students, but give it up for Team Kaminari, consisting of Denki Kaminari, Yui Kodai, Toru Hagakure, and Kanoko Komori. And last but certainly not least, sneaking in and ready to take the win. Give it up for our 11th team, consisting of Mashirao Ojiro, Meina Furasu, Fumiko Ogasawara, and Bashiromakima. We all make our way to our respective areas, me with my group as I turn my quirk to max 5% while maintaining a tensed stance, ready to move quickly. Do you hear any survivors? Kyoka places an earjack on the ground, pausing for a moment before speaking. There are a good bunch of robots gathered up just a few streets ahead. One turn to the left into that alleyway and they should be there. Hatsume chuckles with a big grin as the jetpack's engine revs up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's smack and save some babies. I nod before yelling, got it. I go and immediately book it to the desired location, making sure to look and see if anyone else needs help. The wind blowing across my face while I see the other two pass by me, making me grit my teeth. Damn it. I need to increase my percentage. I arrived a few seconds later, seeing the paralyzed robots and taking advantage of Kyoka's window of attack, giving Kyoka a wide Izuku smile. Thanks. Kyoka raises a thumbs up in response. No problem. Hatsume approaches the remaining mock villains, letting Kyoka repeat the process until only the hostage robots are left intact, while I go and clean the rest of the stunned robots up, looking at the two and smiling again. I'll be right back, I say before I pick up the hostages and book it to the safe point to drop them off. Using my speed to go there in record time, placing the two down slowly before running my way to the rest of my team. The rest of the time is purely just doing the same thing over and over again, as silent before Kyoka speaks up a while later while stunning another robot. So, Midoriya, what's it like having someone in your head? I hum, thinking about it for a second before nodding. Well, I can see him, he's like a ghost, but it's pretty nice. Wish he could talk to other people without me speaking for him though, I say while glancing at Izuku with a sad look. Kyoka nods with a sympathetic look. That does sound like a headache. How is Izuku taking it at least? I can't really imagine what that must be like. I grimace in response before replying. Well, I can't say he's great, but he's doing alright. I try my best to make him feel included, but you know, it's difficult. Kyoka again tries to reassure me. You're at least trying though, that's important. We make our way through, the entire thing a cakewalk with me and Francio as powerhouses and Hatsume, Kyoka as support. Even the big robot was nothing but a wash with us working together. Eventually, however, I had a question I thought to ask since Kyoka asked me a question. Say, Kyoka, what do you do after school? I typically just train a lot, but I'm curious since I don't know much about y'all. Kyoka meets face to face with me as Hatsume flies low with her jetpack, eventually answering. Well, I usually try to practice a little with the guitar. Given I am, I feel like I should at least try to be decent at it. She twirls an earjack around her finger when pausing and speaking again. Besides that though, I sorta just spend the time talking with her family too. They're nice. I wince slightly while nodding, looking pointedly at Izuku's ghost while Izuku looks like he wants me to interview and help before going to look at her again. Guitar, huh? Never played the clarinet in middle school and some drums before, but not really great at them. Kyoka tilts her head and questions me with a funny question. Like, the Squidward thing? I looked at Kyoka with a blank look for a second before snickering, grinning. You know what? Yes, like the Squidward thing. Kyoka giggles at my response. I never would have guessed. After a little while later, Hatsume speaks to me with her classic misunderstanding question, startling me slightly. Midori, say, Greenie, you've ever thought on having any babies? I look at her, my brain processing what she said. No, not in terms of biological children. But if you mean what I think you mean, then yes. I was thinking of a couple things to add to my suit that might help me pack more of a punch. Hatsume spoke excitedly. Share him with me then. I love having some fresh brainstorming. I hummed before speaking about the idea I had. Well, I was thinking of perhaps retractable metal gauntlets or knuckles. In case I need more of a punch but not to accidentally kill someone when I don't need them. Kyoka looks confused. Why not the gauntlets from the movie? I look confused while tilting my head. The air blast ones? I don't think they work at 5%, do they? Kyoka shakes her head, attempting to speak, however. No, I mean like, the red ones, Hatsume interrupts. Retractable babies should be simple. I'll have it done in just a second. She awkwardly pauses before speaking again in distaste. Once I'm at the studio, I smile brightly at the idea. Thanks. That will be very helpful, especially when I'm stuck at a lower level for a bit. Time goes on, the monotony driving me mad despite the fact it's been like 6 minutes. Curious about what being a replacement feels like after Kyoka asked about me. Hey, Kyoka, if you don't mind, since you asked me about the whole haunted part, what's it like being a replacement, if you don't mind telling me, that is. Kyoka looks uncomfortable before speaking. She remains quiet for a second. Sure, it won't hurt. It's messy, to be honest. There is just something about it that just makes things feel like a lot more than they should, if that makes sense. I stay silent for a second before speaking to her with sincerity. Yeah, that makes sense. It feels more like you are walking around in their skin, I assume, like a doppelganger. At least with someone like me, I can talk to Izuku and know he is still there. Kyoka nods in agreement, though only kind of. Yeah, sort of. I just think that I should at least make up for her not being here. My eyes soften while I smile slightly. I get it to a degree. I stop for a second, Izuku interrupting me, help her. I blink and frown at him. How? Just say I said it isn't her fault. I groan before giving in, smiling good-naturedly at Izuku. Izuku wants me to say it isn't your fault, despite my protests in its helpfulness. Kyoka looks solemn for a second before speaking. Thanks, Izuku. After around a minute, Kyoka speaks after getting out of her briefly solemn state, instead looking confused and slightly exasperated. Wait, how did we end up having you two in the same team? Points at both me and Franco, making me confused at what she is getting at before realizing. We joined the same team. Oh wait, that's what you were talking about. Yeah, it is kind of funny, isn't it? Franco frowns slightly. Honestly, yeah, it kinda is when you think about it. Especially considering, you know, what happened in canon. I breathe in sharply. Ah, yes. That, I said awkwardly while twiddling my thumbs, glancing at Izuku. Franco tenses up a bit at the realization. Yeah, probably wasn't a good time to bring it up, I assume? Izuku sighs slightly. I mean, I don't particularly have any memories of it, obviously. I say a bit flatly, fiddling with my cap to get the nerves out. Franco grimaces slightly. Oh right, you're one of the haunted ones. I look at him pointedly but not harshly, trying to ignore the look Izuku is giving me. Yep, he is still there, kind of floating next to me. Franco speaks again. Huh, that's interesting. Honestly, as much as I think it's cool though, I'm kinda lucky I'm not, considering, he gestures to himself. My eyes soften as I chuckle. Yeah, that would give me a migraine if I had someone screaming in my head that much. No, he wouldn't, Izuku says petulantly as I try not to laugh. Come on, you know he would. Kyoka spoke for the first time since the first question of this conversation. I know it probably isn't the same, but for the first few days here, everyone felt like they were screaming in my head. Franco shrugs as he speaks. That probably has more to do with you not being used to your quirk. Kyoka looks at Bakugo petulantly. Yeah, but it also didn't help how loud you were while pretending to be him. Franco winces. Yeah, you're probably right. I blinked before asking another question that confused me for a while. What was with that anyways? Franco goes to remember with a look I couldn't decipher. Started off as me wanting to not be found out, and then once I realized a good chunk of the class was in the same boat as me, it basically turned into the world's shittiest coping mechanism. Damn, that beeps. I mutter. Franco hears my words before rolling his eyes. Tell me about it. Hatsume brings her goggles up to her forehead before asking me a question after a whine, at the 9th minute. Ironic, I think. What's up with the cap thingy? I looked over to Hatsume with no surprise on my features. Someone would ask for this eventually. Capo. The cap. I hum before deciding on something, taking off the cap to show my whitening hair. Got genetics from old pa and didn't want to explain it, so wore this. Hatsume just nods obliviously. I see. She remains silent with a grin for a second. Who's your dad? Kyoka tries to shut this down quickly. Let's not get into that mess. Franco shows up, having heard the last bit of the conversation. Have you ever heard of All for One? Hatsume shook her head. Not at all. Franco spoke again. Good, honestly, it's best if you don't. I spoke right after with a shrug. Yeah, just know he ain't a great guy and just leave it at that. But yeah, my hair is turning white, which is fun. I look like a Christmas tree now. Kyoka goes to fix the problem, which I respect honesty. Have you tried any dyes? I haven't. Though I'm on the fence about it. I don't angst over the look, but it's just that it'd be annoying to keep answering why, but not important enough to tell en masse. Also, my mom gave me the cap, so that's another reason why I'm wearing it. Kyoka goes to compliment Izuku's mom. Oh, that's nice of Inko to do that. Before present mix interrupted us, making us all stop in our tracks, a loud buzz was heard.
And that's a wrap, everyone. Now, if everyone will please return to the stadium, we'll get ready to announce the winners.
I shrug before I run towards the exit, dropping the bot I grabbed. Welp, let's get going. I make my way to the main area before anyone else, eventually everyone showing up before present Mike speaks once again. Now, before we place the winners, contestants, you'll notice that you were handed a small tablet upon entry, There's an additional twist that you weren't aware of. Only the person WHO rescued the robots got the points. Aizawa sighs before speaking after some prompting from one of them. It was a logical ruse. All of us either swear or, like me, say how it's stupid. Cool, I guess. That's dumb. Present Mike spoke again in his giddy voice, even as he spoke horrible news. That's right, it was. Expect the unexpected. But don't worry, all of you WHO weren't focused on rescues. Players, we're going to give you 5 minutes to decide how many points you want to divide up across your team.
A timer appears on screen and begins counting down, making me swear. I will spread the points as evenly as I can, hopefully we can scrape by. I don't want to screw over my teammates and Izuku is looking behind me, after all it isn't heroic to hoard the points.
Present Mike speaks once more, making me freeze at his tone. And that's time, players, I've got bad news for you. Audio clip of Aizawa's previous statement, it was a logical ruse, making me swear in response. Aizawa asks in bewilderment, when did you even record that? Present Mike spoke once more. That's right. This was a test of your heroism, players. The number of points you get is equal to the number of points you were planning on giving away. Hatsume looks smug, Franco pales and Kyoka looks horrified. Meanwhile I frown. This was dumb, in many ways. Present Mike speaks once more, not caring for our plights. So with that in mind, let's take a look at our scores. Coming in 16th place, it's Denki Kaminari. In 15th place, it's Izuku Midoriya. I muttered quietly with a frown. Lo, I thought I was giving it fairly. In 14th place, it's Ochako Uraraka. In 13th place, it's Kosei Tsubura. In 12th place, it's Sen Kaibara. In 11th place, it's Neitomonoma. In 10th place, it's Rikido Sato. In 9th place, it's Itsuka Kendo. In 8th place, it's Manga Fukidashi. In 7th place, it's Eijiro Kirishima. In 6th place, it's Tsuyu Asui. In 5th place, it's Mei Hatsume. Hatsume spoke before being interrupted.
Of course, Kyoka pokes her with an ear jack on the shoulder.
Shush. In 4th place, it's Tenya Iida. In 3rd place, it's Reiko and Emily Yanagi.
In 2nd place, it's Hitoshi Shinso. And in 1st place, your winner of the 2nd round for the first year stage, it's Shihai Kuwaro.
Franco just walks back into the stadium immediately, ignoring everyone while Kyoka looks after him, turning around and calling for him. Franco, Present Mike spoke, probably hungry. Now, we'll be clearing the stage for our lunch break, and contestants, if you've gotten eliminated, don't worry. We've come up with a bevy of recreational games for you to show off your quirks. See you in an hour. I go through the halls, making my way towards the cafeteria to get my food, seeing Kirishima. I think about socializing and decide to go over.
I'll sit down with y'all. I sit down with my food, some basic chicken and rice with a nice savory sauce.
Kirishima holds up his hand in greeting. Good to see ya, Midoriya. And yeah, grab a seat. Good work so far in the festival. Yanagi nods. Indeed. I sit down at a free spot. Thanks, you're all doing well too. It's good to see you all, though I'd actually talk to my classmates instead of brooding. I say with a self-deprecating smile, while Izuku flicks me, his hand going through me.
Ashido spoke. I mean, you've sat with us a few times. But glad to have you around. Hatsume grins as she balances a full plate of food, startling me as she sits. Heya, number first, partner, the rest of you.
Kirishima speaks. Izuku Midoriya, Reiko and Emily Yanagi, Itsuka Kendo, Mina Ashido. While pointing at all of us. Tokage, who is now behind Kirishima, and Tokage. Kirishima stares at Tokage, unimpressed, while Tokage sits down with zero shame at all. I'll keep doing that until you stop leaving me out. You weren't even here, Set, Kendo says with a sigh. Tokage shrugs in response. I should be included in everything. Hatsume nods. I see, I already forgot everyone. And forgets. Kirishima shrugs and takes a bite of food. Welp, I tried. Farasu speaks in a slightly hopeless voice for just as much of a hopeless endeavor. We're working on it. Kyoka walks in besides Momo, sitting down next to Hatsume. Are you really, though? Farasu looks sheepish. It's tough going. Yuha. Kyoka says, unconvinced. Yaoyorozu sits down next to Kyoka with a big plate of spaghetti, making me look at her in exasperation. I hope you don't mind me joining you all. Kyoka invited me. Kirishima holds up a forkful of pasta in Yaoyorozu's direction. No problem at all, and cheers to pasta. Yaoyorozu smiles while nodding, twirling her fork. Indeed. I nod, agreeing with their assessment. Pasta is definitely a good dish, especially with garlic bread on the side. Kirishima grins at me. For sure. Not the best before a big match, though I like my bread a bit too buttery for that. Yanagi speaks. To change the topic, somewhat, do we perchance yet know who is competing first, and who against? Kendo shakes her head in response. Not yet. I think they're going to announce that after the recreational games. Ashido smiles. Oh yeah, those? Anyone else gonna do them? Kirishima shakes his head. I want to stay fresh for round 3. Tokage speaks with a slight pout. Hey, some of us didn't make it to round 3. Yak now. I'm down to stomp over the rec game competition, with you, though. Ashido holds out her hand and Ashido high-fives it with a grin. Ashido speaks with determination. We will destroy them. Eventually though, I started tuning them out. Already mentally exhausted from the noise of the games, I just took a quick minute to just eat and enjoy it, tuning out everything else until I heard Kirishima speak again about something that made me perk up. Hey, Kyoka, Yaoyorozu. Hey says, looking at the two before speaking when they meet his eyes. You guys know you did really well, yeah? Just bad luck that it didn't work out, but hey, you'll push through. You had a great showing in round 1. Any pro would be lucky to send an internship request to you, either one of you, and I'm sure you'll end up somewhere good. Kendo nods, hyping them up more than before. And even beyond that, this is the first year festival, after all. You've still got 2 more of these to take home the win. Tokage grins in response. Yeah, who else would give me warhammers when I need them? You'll get back up, Yaoyorozu. And I'm sure you'll bounce back just as much, Juru. Yaoyorozu exhales through her nose before the glimmer re-enters her eyes again slightly. Thank you, James, Kendo, Tokage. I appreciate your words. She says while eating again, Kyoka having a much more chill response. Thanks. Kirishima nods and grins before speaking again, the subject making me perk up. So, for us round 3 folks, y'all got any matchups you're really worried about? I speak with honesty, eating the last of my food. Honestly, Uraraka. I'm a close-range combatant and even with 5% I'm still wary. Tokage looks confused while trying to remember. What's her quirk again? Kendo, another Class 1B member, also asks, something about removing gravity? Kirishima spoke on memory. 5-point touch quirk to remove gravity on a target, yeah. Kendo frowns. That's particularly bad for me, then, since most of my fighting style revolves around grappling. Kirishima nods in response. Me and Midoriya are in a little bit better shape than you when it comes to that, at least, since we're more hit and run fighters. I nod as well, chewing on my metal fork. Yeah, my speed is better for it, but if I beep up once I can't do much. I don't have anything else to keep me to the ground. Kirishima boldly says his own list. As for my list, Kuroiro, Fukidashi, and Shinso are all up there as well, and Monoma by extension. I don't really have any good responses to Kuroiro. Shinso's bad if you don't know what to expect, and Fukidashi's quirk is just bonkers powerful. Yanagi, curious, asks. Enlighten me. What is Shinso's quirk? Tokage opens her mouth to answer. It's called, but Kirishima interrupts her. Let's keep that a secret, yeah. It's a mental one, I'll give you that much, but it's not really fair to spoil that given that it's his biggest shot at winning. Tokage nods in response. Yeah, fair enough, sorry, Yanagi. Yanagi nods. I understand. Emily seems to kind of agree. Still beeps, though. Damn, having friends with a sense of fair play. Kirishima grins as he leans back and points his fork at her while speaking in a teasing tone. Hey, you love us. Farasu questions Kirishima. Is there a particular reason why you're concerned about Fukidashi and Monoma? Kirishima leans forward while doing a stage whisper. Like I said, bonkers powerful. Fukidashi's quirk is comic, which most of us have seen in action. It lets the user manifest onomatopoeia and makes him one of 1B's powerhouses. Kendo seems to think before speaking. Not sure how I would deal with him in a fight. Kirishima shrugs slightly before replying to Kendo's muses. Close the distance and don't give him time to react. That's your best shot. Furasu speaks once more. And Monoma? Kirishima replies with something that I swear could be straight from the wiki. It's ASI with the power of copying any 3 quirks to help him win, and he has the prep time to figure out which 3 are best. Unless he's an idiot, which, after this morning, is debatable. He'll have 3 counters to your quirk or enough brute force that he doesn't need to match up. Ashido exhales audibly while seeming slightly impressed. Woof. How would you beat him? Kirishima shrugs in response. Same way I knocked him off the hill in round 1. Distract him and keep him off balance, then hit him with a solid finisher. He can't switch quirks without leaving an opening, and he can only use 1 quirk at once. Yaoyorozu questions him. It also did help that he was stunned? Kirishima nods in response while speaking happily. Oh, for sure. But I had him on the ropes a couple of times earlier but had to deal with these 2. He nods to Kyoka and Hatsume. And that gave him time to recover. Kyoka tries to be humble in response. Hey, I didn't even do that much to you. I spent most of the time there just dealing with the darned vines, you. Yaoyorozu twirls her fork while speaking with a slightly sorry voice. My apologies. By the time I was present again, Kyoka and Hatsume were already gone. Kyoka speaks flatly and with a glare. Eiichiro pushed me off. Hatsume just grins, oblivious to the fact she shouldn't be this peppy. I went to go get her. Tokage tries to get the conversation back on topic. But going back to Monoma, he'll probably have those vines in round 3 too, right? What else? Fukidashi's quirk. Kendo waves her hand back and forth while speaking. I'm not sure about the vines. Shiozaki didn't seem like his biggest fan after this morning. What she said made me perk up in attention. Oh. What could happen to do that? Yaoyorozu questions her just like I wanted to. What happened this morning? Kirishima speaks with a slight frown. Monoma said some pretty horrible things this morning. Kendo grins sardonically while putting up 2 fingers. Quirkist and ableist. A double hit. Tokage purses her lips while speaking. Plus whatever it means to boil down people from another dimension. Kyoka, just as surprised as I am. I'm sorry, what? Kendo started explaining the entire thing, somehow getting worse and worse as it goes on. He said that he viewed most quirks as not very useful, which wasn't very bad, and critiqued Todoroki's view of Shigaraki. You know, the guy who decayed Todoroki's arm off. He also said, and yes, I'm quoting him here, there isn't much difference for determining someone's personality from seeing their actions and words in person or from some higher dimension, or however that'd be considered. She said while making air quotes gestures with her hands. I mutter while scowling. What person could possibly say that? Beeping prick, I thought while I muttered out loud. And here I thought he had restraint. Ashido, mirroring my surprise, swore to herself. Holy shit. Kirishima, looking slightly awkward, spoke too. Yeah, he's not the most popular person in 1B right now. Yaoyorozu spoke the obvious. That's horribly insensitive of him. Kendo shakes her head, signaling her own disapproval. It's not great, but let's not talk about that right now. I don't want to think about it. Your thoughts on Monoma, Eijiro? Kirishima scratches his chin. Based upon his starting loadout, he had horn cannon, comic, and vines, right? Then he swapped horn cannon for hardening? Furasu said. I think so. Kirishima then nodded, confirming it. I imagine any brute forcing loadouts will be similar to that, with him possibly adding in zero gravity to counter any close-range fighters. It's an obvious counter, after all. Assuming everyone is still willing to let him use their quirks. Kendo took that note. I'll watch out for that, then. Kirishima spoke with a shrug. Beyond that, though, I have no idea. He then turns to me before putting a grin back on his face. Anyways, on a happier note. Hopefully I get to tackle you, Midoriya. I grinned in response, happy to get away from the subject of people being dicks. Oh, that would be fun to do. I hope I get to you as well. Kirishima holds out a hand for me to clasp. See you in the final round, then, if not sooner. I take the hand with a grin. See you in the final round too. Can't wait to see who's stronger. Kirishima widens his grin with me. Amen to that. The rest of the lunch goes on with little speaking before we make our ways to the main area. Present Mike speaking the moment we all arrive. And we're back. Get fired up, everyone. Round 3 starts here. All of you students have been through hell to get here, but know that you deserve it for fighting with all your strength. The crowd roars before he continues. But now, it's time for the final event. You've only got yourself to rely on. You know the saying, everyone. Plus ultra. Use all that you have and fight for the top, that's the heroic way. The crowd goes wild in response, Present Mike having to speak over them, even with the amplification. Now, as a quick recap for everyone, we've got 16 students competing. First up, from Class 1A, he's here to shock the competition, it's Denki Kaminari. A picture of Kaminari flashes across the screen, along with a few photos of him in action today. F. Rom Class 1H. She's got a bevy of babies for every problem. Who wrote this? It's Mei Hatsume. Again, more pictures of Hatsume, along with a few photos of her in action. From Class 1B, he's ready to shout his heart out, it's Manga Fukidashi. A picture of Manga plus a few photos of him in action. From Class 1B, he's the master of mimicry, it's Neito Nato Hunt. Picture of Monoma plus a few photos of him in action. From Class 1A, he's as strong as a bag of rocks and just as durable, it's Eijiro Kirishima. Picture of Kirishima plus a few photos of him in action. From Class 1B, they're two spooky psychics in one, it's Reiko and Emily Yanagi. Picture of Yanagi plus a few photos of her in action. From Class 1B, he's going to spin his way to a victory, it's Sen Kaibara. Picture of Kaibara plus a few photos of him in action. From Class 1A, he hasn't used his quirk yet and he's still in round 3, it's Hitoshi Shinso. Picture of Shinso plus a few photos of him in action. From Class 1B, here to blow all his opponents away, it's Kosei Tsuburaba. A picture of Subaraba plus a few photos of him in action. From Class 1B, here to sneak up on the competition, it's Shihaikuroiro. A picture of Kuroiro plus a few photos of him in action. From Class 1A, he's as strong as a tank of molasses and built to last, it's Rikido Sato. A picture of Sato plus a few photos of him in action. From Class 1A, she'll send you into the upper atmosphere, it's Ochako Uraraka. Picture of Uraraka plus a few photos of her in action. From Class 1A, he's got a need for speed and he's ready to show it, it's Tenya Iida. Picture of Iida plus a few photos of him in action. From Class 1A, she's ready to hop into action, it's Tsuyu Asui. Picture of Asui plus a few photos of her in action. From Class 1A, he's lean, mean, and green, it's Izuku Midoriya. A picture of me plus a few photos of me in action, I look pretty cool, didn't expect that. And last but not least, from Class 1B, she's ready to give her opponents the hand, it's Itsuka Kendo. Ms. Joke spoke, taking my attention away from the picture as I chuckle, it really doesn't. I don't think that one really works. Present Mike shushes her before asking Eraserhead something. Shush, it's fine. Now, Eraser, do you want to explain how these matches will work? Aizawa bluntly says. No, Present Mike completely ignores him. Great. Take it away, Eraser. Aizawa sighs before speaking in a droning voice. Each student will compete in a series of one-on-one single elimination battles. The first opponent to be thrown out of the ring, the first opponent to be unable to continue fighting, or the first opponent to concede will be eliminated. Going for lethal maneuvers or permanent injury will disqualify you. All other injuries are allowed. Present Mike speaks with an excited tone to hype us all up. That's right. There are nearly no holds barred. Now, let's take a look at our bracket. On the screen, each student's image is revealed in bracket form. Immediately I noticed Ochako was my first fighter, beep. Present Mike, not noticing any of our grievances, starts listing the matchups in case anyone is blind or something. And here's our first 8 matches. First up, we've got Shihai Kuroiro vs Tenya Iida. Then Kosei Saburaba vs Hitoshi Shinso. Rikid Osato vs Senator Kaibara. Tsuyu Asui vs Eijiro Kirishima. Manga Fukidashi vs Itsuka Kendo. Neito Nado Hunt vs Reiko and Emily Yanagi. Mei Hatsume vs Denki Kaminari. And finally Izuku Midoriya vs Ochako Uraraka. Strap in, folks. This is going to be a festival to remember. Swing as to how I'm the first. I breathe in and out before going to get ready in the individual waiting rooms, stretching and getting a drink of water, before hearing a knock. Opening the door, my face softens at who is there. Hey All Might. Here to wish me luck? I say while All Might chuckles, deflating while closing the door behind us in case anyone looks in. Indeed, my girl, do you think you are ready, young Alice? Hearing my true name from anyone but Izuku or the Vestiges startles me slightly, though it does feel nice to be called a girl. No, but I will be. I will increase the percentage of OFA, but for now, I'll just try my hardest. All Might laughs in his usual laugh while putting his hand on my shoulder, smiling softly. That's the spirit, but make sure not to be too hard on yourself. He says before the buzzer goes on, me leaving while saying thank you quietly, walking my way to the tunnel as Present Mike speaks through the speaker system. Get ready for the first 1-versus-1 match of this year's first-year sports festival, ladies and gentlemen. And for our first contestant, it's the green-haired brawler with the speed of a bullet train, Izuku Midoriya. I walk out of the tunnel, looking at the crowd slightly nervously while the crowd's volume makes me wince. Present Mike goes to speak about my opponent, making my head snap up to her. Don't count our next contestant out just yet either, folks. It's the pink powerhouse, Ochako Uraraka. Ochako talks to herself, probably hyping herself before calling to me. Good luck. I perk up before putting on a large fake smile, not wanting to show my nervousness to my opponent. Good luck to you too. Ectoplasm speaks simply. Begin. Ochako seems to be waiting for me, going on the defensive. Not having any ranged options, I sprint at her with my full 5%, my hands up and readying to fight. However, Ochako taps herself, moving vertically upwards and getting out of my reach. In response, I dig my heels into the concrete, a horrible sound emanating from my school-issued shoes while I put myself into a stop before taking a defensive stance. Ochako then taps her fingers together and drops down, jumping at me with a right feint, though I see her eye move to the left, so I block that attack instead. However, I try to keep up the pressure by running after Ochako, trying to punch her at the very last second so it's hard to counter, and it works, punching her backwards. However, she manages to almost touch me. I am grinning widely, adrenaline pumping through my veins in conjunction with the almost addicting feeling of electric smoke going through my body. I smash the floor while making up my own super move. Thundershock. I yell out before Ochako is panicked, getting knocked back before she starts throwing chunks of concrete at me with her zero gravity. Doing so at stagger times as I back up quickly, turning the projectiles to dust or redirecting them as my body starts to tire. My heart pounding in my chest while I look around to find an opening. However, Ochako isn't willing to back off as she fires 2 projectiles at me and runs off, me smashing the 2 projectiles. However, by doing that I get tagged and thrown out of bounds, making me swear, barely keeping a frown off my face. Ochako releases me safely, extremely exhausted from it all as I frown. What happened? Why is she tired? Is she weaker than canon? No matter, not important for now. I smile widely, holding out my hand to her before speaking. Good job. You did well. Ochako shakes hands with me, still sounding really tired as she speaks. Thanks. I start to feel concerned as I voice it to her. Do you need help? You seem exhausted. Ochako shakes her head in response. No, I'll be alright. Just tired. Weight limit lower than canon. I smile the traditional Izuku smile while trying to encourage her. It's what Izuku would do. You'll get the hang of it. I believe in you. Also, good luck on the rest of the tournament. Ochako smiled back in response before going to leave as she spoke. Thank you. I'm going to rest a bit until my next match. I nod and wave before heading out. When I go back to the stands, I sit and start to fade in and out of focusing on anything. Exhaustion from it all really made me wish I could just lay down and sleep. There are some notable rounds, like with Kyoka dropping out, which made me worried. Why would she do it? Well, I don't know her that well, so any guess would probably be wrong. The last round made me smile widely, nodding. Well, if I got beat, it might as well be from the winner, no? The end starts to begin as everyone gets ready for the podium ceremony. Eventually Present Mike speaks as the podium raises. I go to clap for them as I smile. Those three certainly deserved this, though, I need to get better. We present to you your first year sports festival winners. Kirishima grins and waves at everyone as they go up and the smoke clears. Shinso shoves his hands in his pockets and keeps a blank face. Ochako looks really excited and has a genuine smile on her face, and Nato grins and gives a peace sign, looking around at the audience. I chuckle, seeing their very personable reactions to everyone else from the podium, sitting back as I hear Present Mike speak through the microphone. And as we all know, there's only one person WHO we can get to give out the rewards. You know him, you love him, he's a former winner himself. Please welcome our number one hero. All Might jumps from up top on the stadium. Ha 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 ha. Crowd starts going wild while I cackle. Seeing the man do something like this is hilarious. I mean, come on. It's silly. All Might spoke to the crowd. That's right, I am here, he said as he jumped down in front of the podiums and posed to give out these medals. The crowd roars as Ectoplasm hands All Might a medal with a nod. All Might speaking to all three with their own personal message, making me smile and my teeth grit slightly at my own inadequacy. Young Shinso, congratulations. He puts a medal over his head. For someone who didn't want to place this highly, you had a fantastic showing. Shinso looks down at the medal and nods, thanks. All Might goes and hugs Shinso before going to Monoma. All Might spoke once more. Young Nato, congratulations, he says as he puts a medal over his head. Well done. You demonstrated great flexibility and versatility out on the battlefield. Monoma says respectfully. Thank you, sir. All Might hugs Monoma, who returns the hug before All Might went over to Kirishima. Young Kirishima, congratulations. He puts a medal over his head. You showed great strength today and great resilience as you fought your way to the top. But don't forget, you still have many things to learn. Kirishima grins, holding a fist up. I do. But I'm not going to stop fighting, not till I get to the top. All Might laughs, pulling Kirishima in and hugging him before releasing him and going over to the first place winner. Young Uraraka, congratulations. He puts a medal over her head. Your victory today proves the skill and speed with which you fought. Even though the road to being a pro hero still stretches in front of you, you have made great strides on that path today. Well done. Ochako smiles, even though she seems a bit embarrassed. Thank you. I'll keep doing my best from now on. All Might smiles at her again before he turns back to the crowd. Here they are, everyone. The winners of this year's first year's sports festival, to be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.